looks good, but we know that's not how baseball always works.
Yeah, if you're a betting man, you would have bet on the Yankees and Tanaka last night against the club with the worst record in Major League Baseball. But the Cubs came out really good against Tanaka. He was nowhere near as sharp as he was when we saw him in New York, and they took full advantage.
And all about Derek Jeter, the Cubs honoring him before the game, his final trip here to Wrigley Field. Scary moment in the very first inning. First batter, in fact, Brett Gardner reaching on an infield hit. That ball hit the back of the pitching hand of Jason Hamill. Next pitch, Derek Jeter thrown out on a nice play by Mike Alt, moving the runner to second. But the Yankees did not score. The Cubs, though, getting on the board against Tanaka with the rain coming down in the third inning. And again in the fourth, this time Mike Alt with a base hit. Driving in Luis Valbuena, 2-0 Cubs, and the story of the night was really Jason Hamill.
Yeah, and the first story, obviously, chapter one, if you will, was Hamill being able to stay in the game, because the first warm-up pitch he took after getting whacked, he threw the ball up to the backstop about 20 feet high, and I was a little bit surprised to see him stay in the game. He was able to get through it, pitch into the sixth inning. He got some run support from his team. The key to that game for me was the fact that the Cubs scored early, and then they were able to add on through the middle innings. The bullpen did their job. Good quality at bats up and down the lineup. John Baker, maybe his best game of the year. A couple of hits plus a sac fly to drive one home. Just good night up and down the lineup.
Yeah, already Tanaka out of the game in the seventh inning. Emilio Bonifacio with a triple. Starlin Castro with a bloop base hit would get him to the dish. That would make it 5-1. They'd add another on a bases loaded walk to make it 6-1. And then in the heavy rain, they get the final out. Jeter bouncing out. And there you see the line score. 11 hits for the Cubs. Tanaka, his first major league loss. Nice night for Derek Jeter. He had 2 hits and a stolen base, but the story of the game was certainly Hamill and the Cubs. Speaking of the captain, Derek Jeter, final day here at Wrigley Field, and we'll pay tribute to number 2, Kelly Kroll, coming up next.
and historic day in Chicago as fans get one last chance to catch future Hall of Fame shortstop Derek Jeter in action here at Wrigley Field. The captain's farewell tour continues, and while it may seem like just yesterday we were hearing the rumblings of this talented kid from the Bronx with a lot of potential, now nearly 2 decades later, the face of the MLB is saying his final goodbye. We take one more look back at the historical and memorable career of number 2. As the best athlete available in 1992, the New York Yankees selected Derek Jeter with the 6th overall pick. He's been every bit of the athlete, winner, and captain ever since. Always clutch, making plays with hustle and instinct. He's been called Mr. November.
2 pitch, swung on a drill to right field, doing back Sanders, on the track, at the wall. See ya! See ya! See ya! He is Mr. November.
A unanimous Rookie of the Year, he's got 5 World Series titles to his resume and Team USA's captain. And he passed Lou Gehrig, the Iron Horse, for most hits as a Yankee. The most storied franchise may have produced the most highlighted player. And how about his 3,000th hit? You talk about special.
22. That one's drilled deep to looking up. See ya! See ya! See ya!
He closed down Old Yankee with grace.
There are a few things with the New York Yankees that never change. That's pride, it's tradition, and most of all, we have the greatest fans in the world.
He's a movie, his manager Joe Girardi once said, and baseball fans all hope someday that there is a sequel to this 20-year summer blockbuster.
Mr. Rogers sang it best. It's a beautiful day in the neighborhood. Wrigley Field on a gorgeous afternoon here in Chicago. The site for Cubs baseball on Comcast Sportsnet. They go for the 2-game sweep over the New York Yankees. It's been a fun homestand. Jim DeShays, Len Casper. The Cubs have won 3 in a row and doing all the right things. And now offensively, we can say the same. It's been a good stretch here.
Yeah, complete game last night. All phases. The pitching good. They banged out 11 hits. Solid defensively. Didn't make any errors. Made a couple of spectacular plays in the field. They took advantage of opportunities. That was really the key offensively. 4 times in the ballgame last night they had the leadoff man reach. All 4 times they were able to bring him around. Oftentimes it was with the infield pulled in, a base hit up the middle by Bonifacio. Here's Olt exploiting that situation with the infield in. There was back-to-back sacrifice flies. Just a lot of good, solid, quality at-bats by the Cub hitters last night. In support of Jason Hamill and that bullpen, it was really good as well.
6-1 final. Lineup pretty much the same except for Castillo catching for John Baker. And the pitching matchup, Chase Whitley, a right-hander, making just his second start. We know all about Jeff Samardzija.
Yeah, he now has the lowest ERA in Major League Baseball despite not having a W yet. Hopefully that turns around today. Has to be some butterflies for Whitley. Just a second big league start. He comes from a small town in Alabama with a population of less than 500.
Now, the Yankees swept the Cubs in a day-nighter in New York, but they only scored 5 runs combined. The 1 run last night, so the Cubs pitching staff has been very good against the Yankees so far this year. Let's go down to the field now. It's our national anthem.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, please rise. Kindly remove your caps and join Wayne Messmer, accompanied by Gary Pressey at the Lowry organ, as they honor America with our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the
The great Wayne Messmer getting us set for Cubs baseball. Nothing better than day baseball here at Wrigley Field. 2 heritage franchises will match up next.
Sportsnet is brought to you in part by your Chicago area and Northwest Indiana Lexus dealer, who invites you to test drive a Lexus today. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois. Through it all. AT&T Uverse. AT&T Uverse TV. Check availability at 1-800-PIC-ATT. Rethink possible. Ford. Check out America's freshest lineup at your local Ford store or at localfordstores.com. And by Southwest Airlines. Find our fares online only at southwest.com.
Good to see the leaves on the trees, the ivy really growing in nicely. And a gorgeous day here at the ballpark. Got a lot of rain last night. Fortunate to get the game in without any delays. And the Cubs will hit the road for quite some time. 20 of the next 26 will be away from the friendly confines starting tomorrow night in San Diego. And a couple of games already underway. Let's look around the major leagues. Action last night. Chris Davis hit 3 home runs as the Orioles beat the Pirates. Julio Teheran terrific in a shutout win over struggling Milwaukee. The Brewers have now lost 4 in a row. Edwin Encarnacion homered twice. And the Blue Jays 7-4 win at Fenway. The Red Sox have now dropped 5 straight as Jeff Samardzija, the major league leader in earned run average after Johnny Cueto struggled in Washington last evening. He'll take his warm-up tosses and he will face the following Yankees Southwest starting lineup. Brett Gardner's been hot, average up over 300. He'll start it. Jeter with 2 hits and a steal last night. Jacoby Ellsbury, however, has been pretty cold here lately. Mark Teixeira leads their team with 9 homers. Brian McCann still trying to get it going in his first year with the Yanks. Solarte hitting .312. Ichiro in the lineup. He walked as a pinch hitter last night. Roberts the second baseman, and the pitcher Whitley hitting a cool 1,000.
To pitch around Whitley. Cubs defense brought to you by Kia. Pretty much the same alignment as last night except for the pitching position. Wellington Castillo behind the plate tonight. And John Baker was back there last night for Jason Hamill. So it's like Bonifacio, Sherholtz in the outfield, Olt, Castro, Valbuena, Rizzo third to first. Welly behind the plate for our Alexis pursuing perfection starting pitcher. He's just pursuing a W because he's been awfully good. Still hasn't won. 0-4. MLB best 1.62 ERA. First ever start against the New York Yankees for Jeff. He did appear against them in relief once, but this again his first ever start against those Highlanders from New York.
Ooh, going old school. I like it. Dana DeMuth, the crew chief, gets the plate. Ron Kulpa, Ed Hickox, and Lance Barrett around the bases. Thumbs up to Dana DeMuth, by the way, for not delaying the game last night. He knew we had to get it in when we did before all heck broke loose.
Yeah, it was kind of like the scene in Caddyshack where the priest didn't want to leave the green, you know, and lightning crashing all over, rain pouring down, but able to get through that ball game.
So Gardner will step in. The Yankees will stay here. They've got 4 starting tomorrow night on the south side, while the Cubs will head to the west coast. But first things first, and a strike from Samardzija, starting for the first time in his career against the Yankees. And the 0-1 is low. 74 beautiful degrees with a slight wind off the lake at 5 miles an hour.
Of the position players, only Derek Jeter will swing from the right side here against Samardzija this afternoon. So the stacked left-handed lineup for Joe Girardi today. That means a lot of split fingers typically from Samardzija. Try to cut fastball there. The other pitch he really likes to use against left-handed hitters is that 2-seam running fastball that he'll start off the plate in and try to run back to the inside corner.
Into his motion, and the 2-1 is a strike called. So according to Elias, Samardzija is the first pitcher since Bruce Sutter, also a Cub in 1977, to lead his league in earned run average this late in the year without a win. Sutter, a reliever, but had enough innings to qualify And through June 7th of that year, led the league in earned run average without a victory, and a called strike 3.
Yeah, I wonder who the last starter was, because relievers, you don't really think too much about that one-loss record. There's that two-seam fastball I was talking about, running back to the inside corner. Perfectly placed. And Gardner will take a seat.
A nice hand for Derek Jeter. '20th season with the Yankees. That breaks a tie with Mariano Rivera for the club record for years of service as a Yankee. Bounces this one to the shortstop, Castro. 2 down.
Samardzija with his shortest outing of the year last time out against Milwaukee. Went 5 innings. Allowed 4 runs on 6 hits. Only 2 of those 4 runs were earned. It took him 99 pitches to get through 5. So really the only time all year he's labored.
Former college teammate of Darwin Barney's at Oregon State, Jacoby Ellsbury. Rizzo will scoop. Samardzija over to cover first, and that was quick. 1, 2, 3 go the visitors. Cubs against a rookie, Chase Whitley, when we return. Vinny's Beverage Depot will donate $100 to JDRF. And the Cubs Southwest starting lineup starts with Emilio Bonifacio, who's had 13 hits. Leading off the first inning, Lake, Rizzo, Castro. Valbuena had a big night last night. Castillo, Scherholtz, Alt, the third baseman, Jeff Samardzija, the pitcher.
Key defense for the Yankees this afternoon. Boy, that's a good-looking outfield. Gardner, Ellsbury, and Suzuki. Ichiro has 10 Gold Gloves on his mantle at home. Solarte, Jeter, Roberts, Teixeira on the infield. Jeter and Teixeira each have 5 Gold Gloves. Brian McCann behind the plate, and our Lexus pitcher for the Yankees today, Chase Whitley, making his second major league start. His debut came Thursday across town against the Mets. 4 2/3, 2 hits, no runs, a couple of walks, 4 strikeouts. 15th round pick of the Yankees in 2010. And a non-roster invitee to their spring training each of the last 3 years. But not a guy that they really projected to be a frontline starter in the big leagues, but we'll see how it develops. Sinker, slider, and a real good changeup.
And a strike on Bonifacio. Well, they beat Tanaka. Cubs the first team to face Tanaka for the second time. But now they face a guy as good as Tanaka is, whom they haven't seen in Whitley.
Right, which presents a particular challenge all of its own, just not knowing exactly what his stuff looks like.
They go 1-3.
The book is he's not overpowering, but gets good movement both ways on his fastball and has what they call a power changeup. One that's got a lot of bite. More relieving than starting as a minor leaguer, and he works from the stretch here with nobody on base.
And against the shift. You know, as that ball went into right field, I'm thinking of a guy sitting about 10 feet to my left. Al Leiter calling the game on Yankees television with Michael Kay. We were chatting with Al yesterday, and he said, you know, I'd have a hard time pitching to a shift, and I don't even know if pitchers are necessarily asked to do that. They're kind of asked to pitch to their game, but that's kind of going around baseball right now, isn't it? Pitchers talking about whether or not they actually like it, and teams deciding whether pitchers liking it matters.
Well, right, and then trying to sell it. If you got a veteran pitcher who's very stubborn and not buying in, you can, you know, do one of two things. You can yield to that pitcher, just say, okay, whatever you want, we'll position our guys there, or just try to build your case with videos. And look, yeah, you remember that little squibber that got through that normally would be an out, but how about that line drive up the middle?
Lake running, and he is safe. He kept his foot on the bag.
The Yankees are one of the more aggressive teams in terms of employing the shift. And that it was interesting, that swing of the bat that Lake had, because last night when they put that shift on, it really got in his head. He was twisted up in knots. He, at one point, slid his hand up to bat as if to bunt, and then tried to punch the ball with that bunt grip. I mean, he was a mess. He was thinking so hard out there.
Two and one on Rizzo. Off the outside. He likes to move the ball around. And at times can be what is known as effectively wild. And he just walked a guy who takes a lot of free passes. 33 walks now for Anthony Rizzo. Came in third in the National League.
Anthony Rizzo is morphing into Joey Votto right before our eyes. His approach has been so patient. In the long run, that's really going to serve him well. All about preserving outs, getting on base, and sooner or later some of these pitchers are going to realize that he is very disciplined and he'll start to get more pitches to swing at. It's a theory anyway.
Castro 1 for 4 with an RBI last night. 2 on with 1 out here in the opening inning. And the pitch is a strike.
Ranburn, Alabama.
What do you know about
Chase Whitley is from? Well, I Googled it. And then
what does the Google machine have to say?
I went to the Wikipedia page, and it's kind of funny because it says under notable residents, one name, Chase Whitley.
Popped him up. Foul territory. It is Solarte for the out. 2 down.
As of the 2000 census, the population was 459. 100 and some odd families. Whitley grew up a Braves fan, but just about everybody. We watch a lot of Cubs baseball in the daytime, so very excited to make this start here at Wrigley Field.
He has pitched extremely well here as of late. Not only his big league debut, 4 2/3 against the Mets, but 4 straight starts at AAA before that debut didn't allow a run. Strike called on Luis Valbuena. 3 for 4, 2 doubles, 2 runs in game 1. He's now 10 out of his last 19. Lake at second, Rizzo at first. A 6'4" righty with the pitch. That's fouled at the plate. 1-2. By the way, I did ask Anthony Rizzo if he made contact on that pitch that actually hit him last night, and let's just say that we were correct. Officially, he did make contact, but unofficially, he didn't. Teixeira scooting a bit to his right. Whitley covering first, and the Cubs strand 2. 0-0 from beautiful Wrigley Field after 1. The ballpark and across the street as well, as Jeff Samardzija works here in the top of the second. A strike on switch hitting Mark Teixeira. Knocked in the only Yankee run in game 1. The knees, it's 1-2. Big league debut in 2003.
Solid run producer.
350 career homers. He'll take his walks.
On base plus slugging, career .894, good for 11th among active players. A little bit better from the right side of the plate in his career.
High in the air, deep to right. Sherholtz back on the warning track, and he's got it. That's a home run last night with the wind blowing out, but that slight breeze pushing it maybe from the bleachers to the warning track. Boy, he got it way up in the jet stream, didn't he?
Yeah, that was the surprising thing about last night's game. We thought there'd be some balls flying out of the ballpark, even with two very good pitchers on the mound. With the conditions last night, surprised that we didn't see the ball leave the yard. 95 at the knees. There's a swing from Teixeira. And that low ball in the air, big time, and just missing a solo home run.
Brian McCann, opposite field, swinging, and it serves it into left for their first hit. McCann had been 0 for 7 against Samardzija before that hit. Comes switch hitting third baseman Yangervis Solarte. Only Jose Abreu has more RBIs among all rookies than Solarte's 24. We signed him as a minor league free agent in mid-January. Way out in front.
And he too a switch hitter, hitting .321 from this side of the plate. All 5 of his home runs have come as a left-handed hitter.
The pitch out of the left center. It is Junior Lake making the grab, with McCann quickly retreating to first. Some balls hit well in this inning, but a couple of outs made, and now Ichiro.
Yeah, you know, Jeff Samardzija has not been afraid of contact this year. That's been one of the keys for him. He's been more aggressive, willing to throw the ball over the plate early. He's trying to save some bullets so he can last deeper into ball games, and that's paid off, and it hasn't hurt him, evidenced by that .62 ERA.
So Ichiro's career pretty interesting. The first decade of his career, I mean, 200 hits, 200 hits, 200 hits, 262 in 2004, the record. 300, 300, 300, Gold Glove, All-Star, you name it. But he did it in Seattle. And while he should be a first ballot Hall of Famer, imagine, JD, if the Mariner career happened to be as a Yankee and vice versa. I mean,
oh yeah,
they'd already have plaques in Monument Park and the whole deal.
Yeah. Ichiro Street outside Yankee Stadium.
He's hit .285 with the Yankees. He hit .322 in a dozen years with Seattle. Pitch off the plate in. Over 4,000 career hits combined. His time in Japan and here in the major leagues.
Best home run season here in the States came in 2005. He hit 15 for Seattle that year. It would be interesting, would have been interesting to see him in his prime at Yankee Stadium, to see if he would have changed his approach, tried to hit the ball out of the ballpark more frequently. Because that's always been the narrative with Suzuki. You know, high average hitter, speedy guy, but you know, you watch him take BP and there's a lot more pop in the bat than he really shows, because he doesn't want to sacrifice the high average. They said the same thing about Tony Gwynn. If Gwynn wanted to, he could have hit a lot more home runs.
There's a base hit. That's what Ichiro does best.
Yeah, and that's what Gwynn did best too. Start cheating or trying to pull the ball, hit the ball out of the ballpark, you're going to sacrifice the ability to do this and hit for that high average. It's a pretty stroke on that front foot.
Another guy with a pretty good resume, Brian Roberts, just trying to stay healthy has been the biggest chore here the last few years. Ball one on him.
And that's a big challenge for Joe Girardi with all these veterans, guys that have been banged up, guys that are deep into their careers. He's got to be careful how he manages this club. Can't lean too heavily on these guys, yet at the same time they're the type of players that want to be out there every day, so you kind of got to negotiate a little bit. Hey man, I know you want to be out there for me, but believe me, you're a much better player when you get some rest, get some days off.
In some ways, the lack of a DH in National League parks for the Yankees might benefit them. This forces Joe to give Soriano the day off today, for instance. I don't know year to year, JD, but I'd have a hard time believing the Yankees have been out of the top 5 on that chart we just showed you for a long time.
Right, yeah.
Phillies, too.
It's the old adage about the Yankees. They don't rebuild, they reload.
Two-one.
Splitter.
Probably not where he wants to put it on a 2-strike pitch, but no, Roberts isn't looking for it.
I was just going to say, now you can throw that splitter that he tries to drop on the back edge of home plate, or he might go back to that two-seam fastball in.
Was the split, yep, and Rizzo will take it to the bag by himself. 2 hits, no runs. Still nothing early.
Wellington Castillo getting things started for the Cubs. And I had a chance to talk to him this morning. Of course, had the day off yesterday, and he said, boy, do I hate that. I just hate having the day off. I want to play every day. But he knew he needed it for his body. We were just talking about the Yankees, some of them as they get up in age. Joe Girardi knowing exactly when to rest them. Of course, Ricky Renteria knew exactly what to do with Castillo. But he did say, guys, he had been feeling very comfortable at the plate. And that can somewhat disrupt his rhythm, but he's put in a lot of work in the cage this morning. He came in even early, he said, and he goes, I'll get right back after it today. But, of course, excited to be behind the plate. And he said, if any day is a good day for Jeff Samardzija to get his first win, it should be against the Yankees.
Thanks, Kelly. Yeah, talking to the manager today, having John Baker as Jason Hammel's personal catcher has kind of taken pressure off Ricky to figure out when to give Castillo the day off. It's just built in every fifth or sixth day.
Yeah, and as well as those guys have paired, you might as well ride it. They've been very good together. My hunch is Hamel will be just fine with Castillo back there as well, but Baker's got to get some playing time. And Castillo, and any catcher at this level, needs a break from time to time.
Well, the one homer in May was a game winner. That was on a Sunday against Milwaukee, early against Marco Estrada. Well, he has 19 career homers. 4 of them have come against Estrada. Swing and a miss.
You see the Yankees employing a shift against Castillo. I don't see this from a lot of other clubs. Wellington.
Swing and a miss. Boy, that's
that power changeup.
Nasty change. His first strikeout.
To the glove side, like a little bit of a split finger grip, and choke it back a little bit. Great hand speed, perfect spot.
Why is Chase Whitley starting for the Yankees? Well, CC Sabathia has right knee pain. He's out until July at the earliest. Michael Pineda's got a back issue. Ivan Nova, Tommy John surgery. He's done for the year. So they've had to scramble a little bit. High strike called that time, 1-1.
So I suspect as the trade deadline nears, you're going to hear a lot of talk about the Yankees and their pursuit of some help in the starting pitching department. They may have interest in Jason Hamel, who was so good last night, and may take a peek at Jeff Samardzija as well. I don't know what kind of prospects they have. And if the Cubs do ultimately move Samardzija, they're going to want a whole lot in return.
Well, pretty much every starting pitcher works from the windup until there are runners on base. Whitley working from the stretch. And you've seen a lot of relievers over the last couple of decades go exclusively to the stretch, so they don't have to change anything with runners on base. I want to get into a nitty-gritty mechanical discussion. I suppose you could make a case for the stretch all the time.
Yeah, it's a simpler delivery. No matter whether you're in the stretch or the windup, everybody gets to that point right there. A balance point over the rubber with the leg up and the weight back.
Back-to-back Ks. Now Mike Alt lurking in the 8-hole with 9 home runs, leading all National League rookies. Same in the RBI category. 0-1. That ball drilled out into deep left, and Gardner can't get it. And Alt will pull up with a double. A rocket to left for a 2-base hit.
These have got to be fun games for Mike Alt to play in. He grew up a big Yankee fan. And a fastball down and 1-ironed it to left. Ball blistered by Alt, and Gardner, a good outfielder, twisting and turning, flailing away out there. 2-out double and an opportunity for Samardzija to help his own cause here.
Three for 20, 150 average. And a swing and a miss. Did you see the disturbing story involving Miguel Olivo?
Well, I heard
AAA
about
with the Dodgers.
Yeah.
Allegedly bit off part of Alex Guerrero's ear. A teammate. I haven't seen the updated details, but they had some sort of altercation, and it ended very badly. It's foul by Samardzija.
That's pretty gruesome.
Guerrero had to have plastic surgery done on that ear. And Samardzija pops it up into center, and Ellsbury able to find it in that high sky today. 2-out double, no runs, 2 in the books, no score.
For Blackhawks post-game live. Go inside the locker room, hear from Coach Q, and get the breakdown on Game 2 of the Western Conference Final. Blackhawks post-game live.
Next homestand, the Mets and Marlins will come to Wrigley Field as we celebrate the decade of the 1940s. Planned festivities include music, food, and giveaways that mirror the 40s. For more info about the year-long celebration, Visit WrigleyField100.com. Tickets are available for every game on that upcoming homestand, so go to Cubs.com to get your seats today. I believe the throwback jersey on that homestand will be against the Marlins, and it'll be the 42 throwback.
Whitley can swing it. Two-way player in college. First at Southern Union State Community College in Wadley, Alabama, and then Troy University.
A good basketball player in high school as well, as he grounds out to Castro.
Hit .427 1 year in junior college, hit .364 as a junior at Troy. Led that club in batting. Led them in just about everything, as a matter of fact.
Here's Gardner. Ball one. Holly Hill, rather, South Carolina. College of Charleston. Outside ball 2. Very touching story from about 5 years ago. The players get asked by fans to hit a home run for them all the time, but it's certainly not that easy. There's an 18-year-old Yankee fan named Alyssa Esposito who was waiting for a heart donor and gave Gardner a bracelet, which she said would help him hit a home run. And later that day, he did it. An inside the park home run, no less. And that same night, a donor was found. And she had transplant surgery the following day.
Good solid player, flies underneath the radar with all the star power that the Yankees have.
It's play by Samardzija, former All-American wide receiver with some good hops.
Ball pretty crisp this afternoon for Jeff. That one at 96 to get ahead. Now see if they start to pound him in. So throw that sinker down and in, and that's been the book on Jeter since he came into the league. Crowd him. Wanted to go in there, just cut it off, didn't make the pitch.
So if there was a play that defined his career, Kelly did a nice pregame piece showing a lot of his career highlights. I think the play made in the division series against Oakland in 01. You got Jeremy Giambi at the plate.
Yeah, and he came running in and cut the ball off and flipped it to the catcher. And then the one where he flew into the stands on the foul ball.
That was a Trot Nixon pop fly. Suffered a 7-stitch cut on his chin. That was in 04 in the regular season. It happened in the 12th inning, by the way. Yankees trailed 2-0 in this series. The A's were threatening to tie the game. Terrence Long doubled into the corner and right. Giambi did not slide. He might have been safe.
I think they would have challenged that one, yeah.
Back then. Let's not mess with the narrative. New York would win that game 1-0 and eventually take the series 3-2. Due to the master of the checked swing. He's done it several times successfully already in this series. Time he went around on 95. Samardzija with only a second strikeout, but he's dealing again.
Visit the Cubs Authentics auction page every Sunday night for your chance to own one-of-a-kind game-used Cubs items. This week's auction will feature the 1937 Cubs throwback uniform worn this past Sunday. Go to Cubs.com/authentics to bid on these jerseys and other unique game-used items.
No score. Cubs batting here in the bottom of the third inning. Bonifacio takes ball one.
Bonifacio dropped down a beautiful bunt last night, ended up with a fielder's choice as Tanaka was able to make a play on John Baker at home plate. Seen him do that run up slug bunt kind of deal, and that hasn't worked out for him. I think the higher percentage play for him is just to drop down either drag or push bunt. Two 2-0, might be time to lean on one.
Ichiro on the move makes a grab. Mentioned the catch in 04. Extra innings. Trot Nixon with a pop fly. It's at the old stadium. He'd have to leave the game, but his team would win it in the 13th.
Just a great play. And you know bad things are going to happen at the end. When you're going that hard towards a barrier, you know you're going flying into those stands, and you don't know what the future holds for you at that point. But no fear.
Lake could not hold his swing.
I think clutch is a term that's overused in this game and debated whether it even exists. We're talking about clutch hitting and clutch plays, but to me it's the guys who are able to maintain their high level of play in the pressure situations. And a lot of really good players get swallowed up in the postseason. Jeter, when you look at his offensive numbers, what he's done in the postseason, when you're facing the better teams, presumably the better pitching, there's a lot more on the line. His numbers just as good in the postseason as they are in the regular season.
I mean, he's played in 33 postseason series. How many guys have played in 33 games? That ball cranked out into left center, and it'll be Ellsbury on the move to make the catch. A couple of running grabs in the outfield here in the third.
That ball was hit a little harder than it actually was. Maybe got it off the end of the bat a little bit. Yeah, Jeter's essentially had a season's worth of postseason. 158 games in the postseason.
200 hits.
He's a 312 lifetime hitter, 308 in the postseason. His slugging average is actually a little higher in the postseason.
Ball one to Rizzo. He walked in the first inning. Lynn Klunder, huge Cub fan, or I sorry, Yankee fan, but that is first game today. And sitting next to the visiting dugout.
Well, it's a great trip for Yankee fans. Spend a week in Chicago and catch a couple here, and then over on the south side.
Bob Graybosch with his, as he calls, associate Charlie Marley, canine friend, I believe, watching us from Maui. One of the few days where we can say the weather here is probably as nice as it is in Hawaii. Glad you're watching, Bob.
It's got to be the best day of the year, right?
I would say so. Three and two. 2 outs, nobody aboard, and a called strike 3 and a well-placed fastball to freeze Rizzo. Whitley and Samardzija dueling zeros through 3. Hashtag Northside fan photo for a chance to have it appear in today's broadcast, brought to you by AT&T. Jeff Samardzija doing what Jeff does, pitching extremely well. 3 innings, 2 strikeouts, no walks, a couple of hits. Ellsbury, Teixeira, and McCann.
He's got an 0.90 ERA for the month of May.
Samardzija listed at 6'5". A slider in the dirt. 1-1. Well, you have one bad start and you're in that top 5. You move down. I mean, Cueto was number 1 at that rough outing last night. He's down to 4th. Shank foul. Cubs as a pitching staff with a 1.25 ERA over their last 4 games. The bullpen is by far in its best stretch of the year. James Russell had his best outing of the season last night.
Yeah, his stuff was really crisp, and his location was very sharp as well. You know, Ramirez wobbled a little bit in the 9th, and Renteria went and got him and brought Rondon in to finish off the ball game. (6-1) Cubs win. It wasn't so much that Renteria was really worried about the game getting away at that point, but Ramirez had made 22 pitches and he just didn't want to extend him any further.
Deep breath. And a 3-2. Bounced foul.
Barry's been in a pretty good funk the last couple of weeks. Took an 0 for last night. He was 0 for 4. A couple of punch outs.
Ground ball picked up by Castro. Close at first, and he's out.
He retreated a little bit to get a more convenient hop. Ellsbury going down the line. It's a little bit of a risky proposition. He was ultimately able to get him.
Strike on Teixeira. Wild one in Cleveland. The Tigers now with an 8-7 lead over the Indians. They're in the 8th inning in that one. Max Scherzer, 7 innings, 12 hits, 7 runs. Still working. Rizzo underhand. Samardzija covering. Boy, when these two work together, it might be a major league record. 3-1 putouts. Did we have a game where there were 3 in a row in one inning?
Yeah, it sounds familiar. Yeah.
Tigers trying to avoid the sweep in that series. They trailed. Well, they scored 4 in the first, but then eventually were down 6-4. Now leading 8-7. Check that now. 9-7. Mariners are in Arlington 3-3 with the Rangers in the top of the 4th. Robinson Cano is homered for the Mariners. Elvis Andrus for Texas.
So that distribution of outs, ground ball outs on the rise for Samardzija this year because of that philosophy we talked about earlier that he has adopted, trying to be more efficient, pitch to contact. But it's nice to know if you need 95 to try to throw it by somebody, you can do it.
It was Cub fan born a couple of days ago. Tristan Patrick Roman, the proud parents Justin and Sinead, 6.7 pounds, just under 20 inches. Congrats to the Romans. Can keeps the inning alive. He's been on twice now. Over low, 1 ball, no strikes. Castillo will head out to the mound.
Break. The huddle's over.
It's the 40th career game for Solarte, who signed originally with the Twins back in 05 out of Venezuela. 2-0.
Yeah, a guy whose bat was always ahead of his defense. He was a shortstop, and that's why he had a hard time getting into the big leagues, because he just wasn't that good of a defender at shortstop. And the Yankees said, well, see what he could do other than play shortstop. They valued his bat, signed him to a minor league deal, but it was a deal where they were paying him like $120 grand, which is pretty good for a minor leaguer. The idea that he might be able to contribute at the big league level in a support role, and man, he's been really good for them so far.
And the shift was on, so Valbuena can't get to that ball. 2-out rally here with Ichiro coming up.
And a station-to-station base runner over 2 outs. No need to press it. Try to get to a third base, so he just shuts it down there at second. Second time today the Yankees have had a man in scoring position.
Ichiro recently dealing with some back and knee soreness.
Ooh.
Suzuki vacated. I don't know if that affected the call by Dana DeMuth or not. Let's see what Pitch Tracks says. A strike. Glove moved a little too.
Dana's always been a little tight. The hitter's umpire.
Bueno will get this one down to a knee. Now up and gets the out. 2-out walk and a single, but 2 stranded. Bottom of the 4th. 0-0. Crouch here at the ballpark, currently serving with Company Charlie, 341st Military Intelligence Battalion in the Illinois Army National Guard. He's got a big hand from the crowd here at Wrigley Field.
You talked about the tandem of Rizzo and Samardzija, how often they combine. We'll check out the little, and we got a new toy in the booth. Look, we can draw lines now on the Etch-a-Sketch. And so we're going to show you Jeff Samardzija covering first base. Watch, see if you can follow the blue line. And he does it just the way you're taught to do it. You know, kind of come towards the line and the belly up the line to present yourself to the first baseman, give him a good target. Now, if you got a real speedy guy going down the line, then you have to take a more direct line to the bag. You can't afford to take that route, the preferred route. So if it's a Billy Hamilton hitting the ball to Rizzo, Rizzo's line would be much more direct to the base than what we just illustrated.
Nice going, partner. You could draw.
So what else we can do? We can make circles. Look at that. There's the catcher in the circle.
Missed the circle. Ball 2.
And we can do rectangles. Let's get a little rectangle action going over home plate. Be wide. Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
And we can put a little baseball in there. Number 1. I want to go down and in. It's kind of like, I feel like graphic Bob Ross all of a sudden. We just put a little baseball right there. That's where they're going to try to pitch Starlin Castro. Ooh, and he went for it with the slide.
3-1.
Careful if you give the kids toys.
I know. This great thing we want you to use, JD. The memo tomorrow. Yeah.
You might want to.
Chase Whitley in his Wrigley Field debut. A 3-2 count on Castro. The pitch rolled, and nice play by Roberts from his knees. He'll get the out at first.
Starlin step back there and try to shoot that ball through the hole on the right side. It's made a nice play to keep him off base. Well, if Whitley had any anxiety coming into his second major league start, it has not manifested itself with his performance. He's been really, really good.
4 2/3 his first time out at the Mets. No runs, 2 hits.
In a bit of a spotlight, wouldn't you say? Should just put one of those on Jeter and just have it follow him around the whole day.
Buena fouled that one off his front foot. 1 ball, 1 strike.
There we go. In the spotlight. What's going to do? Double up. Oh man, this is cool.
Are you going to lug that thing to the hotel? Roberts won't get that one. It's a base hit. 4th of the series for Valbuena.
Stay hot. La vista. Pretty swing. You got that front foot down early, and then the hands come flying through the zone. A lot of the Yankee people today. Tony Pena, I was chatting with him before the game, and he said, man, I remember Valbuena. I like him. I remember seeing him with Cleveland. Good line drive hitter.
Now this is something in terms of the shift. I mean, you've got Teixeira holding on, Valbuena at first. Everybody else is on the other side. I mean, essentially the entire right side.
Look at that. All this area is available to exploit on the right side. Look at that.
A lot of options here.
You know, and what the really the best feature of this whole thing is, if you get bored, you can play a little hangman. I won't go there yet. We got a 0-0 game in the 4th.
The kick in the 0-1 and a base hit through the shift. 3 infielders on the left side of second, and Castillo hit it right through it.
It's like double teaming Michael Jordan. It just doesn't matter. He's going to get his. See, and that's really interesting. You know, well, not forever, but for a long time, teams have employed shifts on left-handed sluggers who pull the ball. Now we're seeing it more frequently with right-handed hitters, not just sluggers. Even with a man on base, so as you pointed out, with Teixeira holding the base runner, all that real estate on the right side, plus a base hit to right field, and Valbuena likely goes to third base, so that there's a high risk element with the shift there, but one that the Yankees clearly were, willing to take. Again, I think there's the data, the information that you collect, whether it's the last 100 ground balls or a hitter's tendency for the course of the season, for the course of his career, however you want to break it down. So you look at that. And then the other part of it for a lot of managers, I think, is they see hitters take weird swings when the shift is being employed. And the ability to get in the guy's head, get him out of his game a little bit, I think is part of the strategy as well with the shift.
I don't think there's any question. Sherholtz went. I think the other part of it, and we're seeing it develop, a great shot from the scoreboard, is when the game gets late and really tight in the biggest spots, you continue to do the drastic shifting. Give up one side of the infield in a tie game with the runner in scoring position, that kind of thing. For the most part, teams are willing to do that. That one eats up Teixeira. Everybody's safe. It's a base hit on the bad hop, and they're loaded up.
That's pretty good solid contact by the Cubs. Even the Castro ground ball to second base was well struck. And now Whitley facing a bases loaded situation with just one out. Teixeira, a very good defender, but that hop was just nasty. That hop base hit for sure holds. Probably feels like he has a few coming his way. Very dangerous 8-hole hitter, and Mike Olt working down there at the bottom of the order, the guy who leads the club in home runs.
Valbuena at third, Castillo at second, Scherholtz at first, and a foul by Olt. Fourth inning and a scoreless tie.
And Mike telling me before the game, it's a divided family. I mean, he's a big Yankee fan, but he has a lot of relatives that are huge Red Sox fans.
He's from Connecticut. Put a hurting on the Yankees. He did last night. Knocked in 3 runs on a hit, a sac fly, and a bases loaded walk.
Went to a bunch of games at the old Yankee Stadium.
Whitley has his sign from McCann, and the pitch out into center. Ellsbury will make the catch. 2 runners will tag. Valbuena to the plate. Castillo to third. 1-0. 4 knocked in the series for Mike Olt.
Up through that ball, maybe imparted a little top spin. Just didn't quite get out in front of it, but got the job done at the first run home.
All right, Jeff, there's your run. Try to add on here. First and third. Jeter gets Samardzija, but the Cubs strike first. Looking for their first 4-game winning streak of the year, and they lead 1-0 after 4.
Top of the 5th, follow Patrick Mooney, our Cubs insider, all season long on Comcast Sportsnet. Brought to you by Nationwide agent Jeff Vukovich. Visit Jeff at jeffvuk.com. Nationwide is on your side.
Well, you got a boring team here, the Yankees. No storylines to follow. Where should we start? Let's start with Alfonso Soriano returning to the ballpark.
Yeah, it's fun. I mean, you guys know you've been around him, and just it's amazing the way people talk about him that played with him, guys that coached him or managed him. That, you know, it's kind of nice to see finally by the end here. I think kind of perception started to meet reality, because if you ask Samardzija, you ask Barney, that's really anyone. He's one of their favorite teammates of all time, and it's kind of nice that he gets a chance to come back here and play again at Wrigley as the highest paid player on the Cubs payroll.
Right. Well, you know, people kind of laugh at that the Cubs are paying him to try to beat them this week, but it happens a lot around baseball. Cubs are not the only team to pay a former player. I think Bobby Bonilla will be paid by the Mets until he's about 80. One strike on Brian Roberts.
And Brian Cashman didn't want to give up Corey Black, that reliever. He wanted to take him down to the trade deadline, maybe give someone else, and Steinbrenner stepped in and made it happen.
So here's one for you. As we shift the conversation a little bit away from Tanaka, the Cubs front office ability to identify veteran pitchers and get them on short contracts and have them overperform those deals, as Brian Roberts sends one to deep left, and Lake will get it on the warning track. Mahalam, Feldman, Hamill. With all the Tommy John stuff going on now, and the inability or the lack of an inclination to sign guys to 4 or 5 year deals, is this kind of the new paradigm for this front office?
Yeah,
even when this team is ready to get to that next level.
Yeah, it's certainly a strength of the front office, the scouting department, kind of the analytics they look at, and obviously Chris Bosio and Mike Borzello. I think you got to give them credit for kind of the way they put together these game plans, and the way that, you know, Bosio kind of delivers the message in that way that he kind of gets these guys to listen. So it's probably, I think if you look at the last couple of years, it's got to be the kind of the best part of baseball operations right now, what you can bank on.
Yeah, you know, and I don't know about the Feldman case, but I know, talking to Jason Hamill a while back, the reason why he signed with the Cubs is because they aggressively pursued him early. They came in and said, we want you, here's the deal, you know, and he appreciated that. And I think a lot of times guys like Jason, whether they're coming off a year where they dealt with some injury or they just had an off year, the tendency for the market is to wait and see if something better comes along, and wait and wait and wait. So I think where the Cubs have really found their advantage is to go to these guys early on and say, hey, we want you, here's what we can do for you. We're going to give you the ball every 5th day and give you that chance to reestablish your market value.
As long as we don't sign Tanaka, we want you.
Yeah, as long as we...
Yeah, it could have been Hamill for the Yankees last night against the Cubs. Tanaka. Things had worked out differently. There's Gardner with 2 outs. Strike on the outside corner. Derek Jeter here for the final time. Hasn't played a lot of games at Wrigley Field, but every time he comes to the plate, almost a standing ovation.
It was interesting how he said yesterday, his last day of high school at Kalamazoo Central, he drove down here to watch a game, and he hadn't even been drafted yet. And he was just kind of looking out there, hoping he'd get a shot to play there. And obviously, we've seen what's happened since then.
2 strikes on Gardner. He struck out and grounded out. And he has now struck out twice. Patrick, as always, thanks for the time. Our Cubs insider, Patrick Mooney, 1-0 Cubs in the 5th. June 4th, the Cubs take on the Mets at 7:05. The first 10,000 in attendance in a Cubs cooler bag presented by Kraft Foods. Tickets are still available and can be purchased at Cubs.com. Cubs are going for the sweep. 2 games.
If they get it, it will be their longest winning streak of the year at 4. They did a nice job limiting the damage in the 4th. The bases loaded, 1 out, gave up a sac fly, retired Jeff Samardzija to get out of the inning. Bonifacio again ahead in the count, 2-0. This is where he was last time. Took a big swing. A fly ball out into right field.
Fair. Extra bases for Bonifacio. He's trying for 3. And he'll make it.
He gets a head out on this one, jerks it right down the first base line, and right about now he's sinking 3. Sees that ball start to die a little bit. And he knows Suzuki's got a ways to go to get it, despite the fact that Ichiro is a very good outfielder with a very strong arm. Bonifacio able to get to third base with a leadoff triple. Second triple. Second one in 2 days.
Got to bring their infield in, something they did a lot in the ball game last night. The Cubs made him pay.
Jeter and Roberts, the middle guys, not all the way in some, but not fully committed. You figure Bonifacio's not going on contact here with nobody out, that he's in a situation where he's going to read this ball off the bat. That gives them a little more time so they can stay a little bit deeper and increase their range a little bit.
Swing and a miss, 1-2.
Especially Jeter on the pull side, where hitter's likely to hit the ball with a little more authority to the pull side than the opposite field. Now it's all about making contact if you're Junior Lake.
Foul ball.
This is kind of like in hockey when a team has a 2-man advantage and you don't score. That's right. The same thing here. You got a man on third, nobody out. You don't score here. That could cost you the ball game. Pressure builds with each successive batter in this situation. First guy doesn't get it done. The second guy steps up there still with a good shot with just 1 out.
Pop them up. Will it stay in play? Yes. Teixeira right up against the barrier near the camera.
Like not happy with himself. Teixeira able to make the play.
Yankees have options here. Will they walk Rizzo intentionally? We'll find out. McCann heading out to the mound.
This is exactly the situation we had in the 7th inning In last night's ball game, Bonifacio hit a leadoff triple. Lake grounded out to third in that instance, and Rizzo came up and he was intentionally walked. Already
made the
he's
call.
Gonna make a move, eh?
He was bullpen here in the 5th inning. Big spot. Dellin Betances leads all relievers in strikeouts. So Phil Girardi hoping he can miss some bats here. 1-0 Cubs. As you see, 42 strikeouts for Betances in just over 24 innings.
Yeah, it's a strikeout rate just under 45%. That means he has struck out just a little less than 45% of the batters he has faced. He has a high walk rate too, but you'll take that. You know, power arm like that, reaching back, blowing it by people, they tend to walk a few more. Fastball, slider, fastball averages 95 miles an hour.
And Rizzo, did he make contact with it? He did, and did it hit him? I think we just had another swinging strike and a ball that hit him. Yeah, it's a dead ball. It cost the Cubs a run. At least for now.
This time they got the call right. Last night it was ruled a foul ball. The umpire heard the contact, and last night, and it was ruled a foul ball last night. Today, rather, they get it right. Here's last night. This was ruled a foul ball.
He did not make contact on that one either. Now that would have been a strikeout. Did he do it again?
Wow, this time it hit him.
It hit him. Did he swing at it?
Checking to see whether he swung.
He swung at it again.
The Cubs dugout is exploding.
Can you believe this?
I don't know about that.
2 in a row? Well, the run wouldn't have scored anyway because it hit him. It's automatically a dead ball. So Bonifacio's got to go back to third no matter what. 2 consecutive swings on pitches that hit him. Wow.
I guess it speaks to the nature of Betances' stuff, the fact that Rizzo's a little anxious here to try to get this run home, and I'm still not sure they got the call right. I'm not sure if this was a swing or not.
Nope.
Yeah, I don't think so. And
that's the first one.
Yeah,
clearly
a swing. And I just, you know, who is that, Lance Barrett down there at third? I'm not sure who that is, but
yes,
just the way he made the call, there was not a lot of conviction. I don't think he really saw that.
Oh, Rizzo's really upset. Staring at Lance Barrett. And that second one, he should be at first base.
Here's the check. The ball hits him on the foot, so he should have his base. And just the body language by the umpire has made me think like, yeah, he didn't get a real good look at it. There's conversation going now is Anthony Rizzo is letting him have it from the dugout, and Ricky Renteria is trying to be peacemaker. Dana DeMuth getting involved, and Ricky said, everybody, just we're good here, we're good.
Outside, ball one.
Again, there's the check swing. And then Barrett's kind of, he kind of gets notification late. Yeah.
2-0. But Betances, he is a load.
Yeah.
6'8".
Kind of Lee Smith-like out there, the big right-hander, 6'8", 260. Ooh. Baseball looks like a ping pong ball in his hand.
In the air to deep center. Ellsbury's going to have room to end the inning. Frustrating.
Two-man advantage. Didn't score.
Still 1-0 Cubs.
One nothing. Derek Jeter making his way to the plate here in what could be his final at bat here at Wrigley Field. And with that, we take one more look back at his incredible career. Of course, the New Jersey native drafted 6th out of high school overall in June 1st of 1992. Worked his way up quickly 3 years later. His major league debut in the Bronx, going 0 for 5, but it didn't stop him from becoming the starting shortstop the next season, winning Rookie of the Year. He had 5 Gold Gloves, the first coming in 2004, and of course 5 World Series titles to his name, 4 coming in his first 5 seasons, guys, and 2000 MVP World Series title.
Thanks, Kelly, and here he is, right on cue, I suppose. Well planned. 6th inning, 1-0 Cubs. Came back up and hit him, making it a foul ball. side. It's 2-1. Orange has been efficient. In on the hands and smacked into center.
Jeff will tell you that's the pitch he wanted to make. Running fastball in on the hands of Jeter. Not like he broke his bat. It's a leadoff knock. Run this one in on him. It's been the MO last night and today against Jeter, and this time he was able to get the hands pulled in and deliver that line drive single.
First time today they've had the leadoff man on base. Ellsbury is 0 for 6 in the series.
Last night I mentioned that Jeter doesn't run much anymore. As soon as I did, he stole second base. It's his first steal of the year. In his prime, he was a guy who routinely steal 30 bags.
Popped him up. Back of third. Castro with the best angle on it, and he makes the play. It was fair.
Tough angle for Olt. Long trip for Lake. Castro becomes the best option. Not an easy play by any means. Tough sky overhead. Where else would that sky be besides overhead?
And a high sky. I suppose it's always a high sky.
Bright, mostly cloudless day.
The man they call Tex, Mark Teixeira.
That's a high sky.
How about this one? Derek Jeter has never had his name on the back of his uniform.
No.
He's only worn 2 uniforms. The Yankees don't wear an alternate. I don't think they have in his career. Blocked by Castillo, keeping that tying run out of scoring position. 2-0. That doesn't count.
A big pitch coming here. Teixeira took a whack at one his first time up. Almost hit it out of the ballpark.
Samardzij's pitch and a big home run swing. 2-1.
Big fella looking fastball there on 2-0, and Samardzij crossed him up. Been willing to throw that slider in just about any count today. Slider, maybe split. Was about the same velocity.
It's a good percentage. Really good.
Jeter only played 17 games last year. 2012, he was healthy. 159 games played, stole 9, got caught 4 times. 2009, his last 30 steal season, 30 out of 35 that year.
Rizzo, Castro, back to first. Double play, inning over. 3-6-3, they turn it. And we go to the bottom of the sixth. It's the Cubs 1 and the Yankees nothing. We'll start a long road trip in San Diego. Our coverage starts at 8:30 with Cubs pregame live. It's presented by Fields Auto Group, and we'll have the Cubs and the Pods. Jake Arrieta and left-hander Eric Stoltz. Coverage begins at 8:30 on Comcast Sportsnet.
Thursday, June 5th is Jersey Off Our Back night here at Wrigley Field. Don't miss the action. Cubs battle Mets, 6:05 start. Autographed game-worn jerseys will be awarded to lucky fans in random seats at the conclusion of the game. Compliments of Majestic, the official on-field uniform of Major League Baseball. So Betances likes to bury that slider in on left-handed hitters. We've got that figured out. And he likes to throw it, despite the fact that he's got a 96-mile-an-hour heater.
2-0. I've been reminded Derek Jeter, the World Baseball Classic, had his name on the back. All-star festivities and the like. I'm talking games that count in the regular season. But thanks for the response. You know what I mean. A 2-1 and Valbuena trying to push a bunt. Popping it beyond the dugout.
Might have been a double if it was fair.
I feel like this Cubs team has bunted or attempted to bunt more than any I can remember here recently. And I think the shifting has a lot to do with it.
Yep.
Outside, it's full, 3-2.
Chance is having a hard time finding the strike zone with that fastball. He's flying open and having it leak up and away to the left-handed hitters. Valbuena here leading off the inning. He's a good guy to have leading off an inning because he'll take his walks.
Popped up, and it's a drifting Solarte in the foul ground to make the catch.
You have to see the doctor for that, don't you? If you have a drifting Solarte.
Here's the catcher Castillo, 1 out of 2. Oh, 2. Well, that 68 looks pretty small on the back of Dylan Betances' jersey. It's a reminder of how tall he is. He's from Brooklyn. Attended Grand Street Campus High School in Brooklyn. 8th round pick in 06. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Punched out 2 since coming on in the 5th.
Yeah, disappearing slider there. Really got on top of that one. Not a comfortable AB, especially for a right-handed hitter against this big guy with a lot of arms and legs. Upper 90s fastball that at times gets away from him. You're thinking about all that, and he snaps off that nasty slider.
The story last night was the Cubs snapping Masahiro Tanaka's long winning streak. He had won 34 consecutive decisions over 42 starts before losing last night. And the story the Cubs are trying to write today, Jeff Samardzija hasn't won in his last 15 starts, despite putting up a 3.20 ERA dating back to last August. He's got a 1-0 lead here in the 6th. The 0-2 to Scherholtz, low. Swing and a miss to end the inning. So Samardzija will head back out there for the 7th, leading 1-0. Time for our Xfinity high-speed action. And Jeff Samardzija coming into today's outing with the best earned run average among all qualifying pitchers in baseball, and he hasn't allowed a run through 6.
Started with a 162. It's down to 1.48. Backdoor slider there to get started. He's gotten 11 ground ball outs, 3 punch outs. There's not been a lot of sharp contact off of him. Four hits, all singles. McCann has one of them, an off-field single his first time up. He walked in the 4th.
Fair ball bounce to Rizzo. Hey, 3-1.
Hey. We should draw a line.
You have that capability whenever you'd like to use it. Here's Solarte. There's the run support.
Yeah. Draw a circle around that to get your attention.
See a couple of Padre pitchers. One is former Cub Andrew Kastner. He's on the DL. Padres not scoring runs, which is not a big surprise.
Yeah, they I was listening to a little bit of their game on my drive home last night. They're 15-0 when they score 4 runs or more. Just haven't done that enough.
They've scored 4 or more, 15 out of 45. So 30 times they haven't gotten to 4. They're playing the Twins currently. Minnesota won last night, and they'll play again tonight. Phil Hughes and Tyson Ross. It's Adam Warren up in the bullpen. On the hands and fought off. Former Cup pitcher Milt Pappas will conduct the stretch today. No hitter back on September 2nd, 1972 against the San Diego Padres. It was great to see Milt. Full 3-2. Ichiro on deck. And he walked him.
Difference of opinion there as to what they wanted to throw. Castillo, excuse me, looked like he was looking for that 2-seam fastball and shook a couple pitches. Finally got to what he wanted and misfired. Maybe a split. A slider that he just didn't finish.
Nobody up in the Cubs bullpen. Haven't seen any scurrying or anything of the sort. Long pause by Samardzija. Now fires over. Solarte back.
And that's the difference between pitching in a 1-run game and with a more comfortable margin there. 3-2 to Solarte. I think if he's got a 2-run, 3-run lead, he's probably a little bit more aggressive. Just go ahead and channel a fastball or try to throw one over the plate and down. Get to this stage of the game in a 1-run game, you start to pitch away from contact a little bit.
Roberts on deck, 1 out and a man on. Cubs with a 1-0 lead. They got their tally in the 4th inning. A sacrifice fly from Mike Olt.
With all the ground ball outs he has gotten today, I wonder if Joe Girardi would think about playing a little hit and run with Suzuki.
Ground ball toward the hole, backhanded by Castro, gets rid of it in a hurry. He got him at first. That's a nice play.
And the key is how quickly he was able to unload and get something on the throw. Backhand, plants that back foot, slings it across the diamond, and really not all that close. Pretty play by Castro. He's playing the field much like his approach at the plate. When he just reacts and makes plays, things happen. When he starts to think about it, he becomes pretty mechanical.
Yeah, extra time on defense does not seem to suit him particularly well. He makes his best plays when he has to hurry.
When there are no options.
Yep. Hit well, but Bonifacio will make the catch as Roberts lines out. Milt Pappas with the 7th inning stretch.
Today's guest conductor for Take Me Out to the Ball Game, former Cubs pitcher Milt Pappas.
Good afternoon. Welcome to beautiful Wrigley Field. And go Cubbies. But most of all, the greatest fans in baseball are here in Chicago. Nice to see and thank you for the memories. Ready, Gary? All right, Cubs fans, let me hear you. A 1, a 2, a 3. Take me out to the ball game. Take me out with the crowd. Buy me some peanuts and Cracker Jack. I don't care if I never get back. Let me root for the Cubbies. If they don't win, it's a shame. For it's 1, 2, 3 strikes, you're out at the old ball game. Thanks for the great memories.
Solarte goes over to second. Means Brian Roberts is out. And Adam Warren is the new Yankee pitcher.
Warren, 4-pitch mix. Fastball, slider, curve, and change. Got a good arm. Doesn't quite rush it up there the way Betances did. Cubs are happy to see that big guy out of the game. He was nasty today.
I was going to ask you for the Warren report, but I thought that'd be a little too corny.
Good thing you didn't mention that.
Right. Ryan Kalish on deck to hit for Samardzija. Big swing. Holt came up empty.
And pulled off that one a little bit.
.95 pitches, 7 innings, 4 hits, and no runs. Samardzija down to 146 as Holt strikes out.
Well, do you have a group looking for a great spot to enjoy sunshine, baseball, and all you can eat and drink at Wrigley Field this summer? We've got the spot for you. The Budweiser patio gives you the opportunity to do all this in prime home run territory. Bring your best guests inside the ballpark this season. For more information and to purchase tickets, visit Cubs.com/suites.
We are making plans to broadcast one of our upcoming CSN games from one of the suites. That ball hit down the right field line. It's a fair ball. Ichiro will pick it up. Kalish, long striding, and he will get in with a triple. Second three-bagger of the day for the Cubs.
First one they did not cash in. It was a leadoff triple by Bonifacio in the fifth, so a second chance to add on here. And got to take advantage. Good swing of the bat off the bench by Ryan Kalish. This ball bounding around in the right field corner. He's going to press the issue. Good tight turn of second base. If ever there's a time to go for it, it's with one out. Kicks off the wall, runs along the top of the padding a little bit before Suzuki can track it down. Got potential squeeze written all over it.
Infield pulled in. Warren's pitch outside, ball one.
One with pretty good command. Normally you wouldn't want to put your pitcher in the hole 2-0, but I would not be stunned to see Joe Girardi put a pitch out on here, thinking that the Cubs may be inclined to squeeze.
Foul tip, 1-1. It's Brian Schlitter in the bullpen.
Like Grandpa left me all this.
He's squared, and Kalish kind of trailing Johnson down the line, able to hit the brakes.
Cubs tried a safety squeeze last night, didn't work out as Tanaka made a real nice play. The read play for the base runner. He comes down the line with the pitch, sees the ball down, and if he feels like he can beat it, just keeps on coming. They
will not get him this time. It's 2-0. Tanaka got a couple of outs on tags at the plate yesterday, but not today, as Warren tried to nab Ryan Kalish.
Yeah, again, it's a safety squeeze. He's not coming aggressively with the pitch. He's following the play down the line, reading it down. Key there, just a real good bump by Bonifacio, able to deaden it. That extra hop and roll it takes out to Warren. Buys a little time for Kalish to streak home. That's a huge run.
And both runs today scoring on sacrifices. A sac fly by Alt and a sac bunt by Bonifacio.
That's dead ball era baseball there. Triple and a safety squeeze.
Haven't needed a ton of runs in this series because of the Cubs pitching. Only allowed one run combined at this point as the Yankees pitch out. Bonifacio was not on the move. Base hit right field. That'll send Bonifacio to third. Lake stays hot. He's got 2 more hits today.
Moving in on him a little bit, and again, I think because they are shifting him, he's more willing to try to go the other way. Guessing Warren didn't want to throw a belt high changeup. They got away with it.
One and one. Here it is. It's high. What you're doing here lately, a lot of the things Rick Renteria has been pounding home all season. All 9 innings. Keep adding on with a lead. 3-1.
He took that changeup like he knew it was coming. Yeah, that was the key last night, right? They pushed 2 across in the 6th, 2 more in the 7th. Opened up the game a little bit, made the bullpen's job that much easier.
And they're loaded. Comes former Cubs pitching coach Larry Rothschild.
There's no hits yet in this 2-game set with the Yankees, but he's been on base 4 times, 3 walks plus an intentional walk. The longer he's in the league, the more he's going to get a feel for how opposing clubs try to pitch him, who's willing to challenge and who will not give in.
Alfredo Aceves up in the New York pen. Chance to bust it wide open here. 3 on, 1 out, and a run in. Cubs leading 2-0 in the 7th. Pitch to the cleanup man is a strike. Hands that time. Look out. On the ground. Jeter steps on second. They turn it 6-3 to end the inning. Cubs settle for 1. They lead 2-0. Photo, and again use hashtag Northside Fan Photo for a chance to have your picture appear in an upcoming broadcast. Brought to you by AT&T.
New in 2014, Clark's Crew, presented by Jewel Osco, the official kids club of the Chicago Cubs. Team up with Clark as a member of Clark's Crew and receive kid-specific perks, experiences, and merchandise. Visit Cubs.com/Clark to sign up today and be part of the fun all season long.
So an extra run. The Cubs were hoping to get more, but a nice turn by Jeter.
Yeah, I thought that might be a difficult double play for him to convert with Teixeira well off the line. Rizzo had a pretty nice jump, but Jeter able to make that turn before he got upended by Rizzo. And now it's Schlitter. Got that hair thing going on now. Shamarja giving way to Schlitter. Line worked a scoreless inning last night. 3 up, 3 down, 7th.
Kelly Johnson just came into the game to play third.
Just contemplating a bunt to beat the shift. Full hitter with power.
Ouch, 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 ouch.
Seventh inning so critical.
You see the average.
7. Yeah.
Teams don't usually come back. Here it comes. Fouled away. 34,808.
Yeah, and I think, when you look at these numbers and you look at the way most Major League bullpens are constructed now, it seems like everybody's able to bring an arm 2, 3, sometimes more out of the bullpen, throwing 95 miles an hour plus. And we've always valued that guy, right, who can come off the bench and with one swing of the bat turn the game around for you. Well, how often does that really happen? Almost never. So I think now the skill set I would be looking for is contact guys that can handle velocity, speed guys that can get on and work their way around the bases with a stolen base. Maybe somebody with, a disciplined eye can work a walk.
Called strike 3 for the first out here in the 8th. Let's check in quickly with Kelly.
Well, guys, the Cubs certainly getting some great pitching from their starters. Jeff Samardzija today. Jason Hamill last night, even despite a scary moment here, second pitch of the game, gets hit in his pitching hand. He said it felt like his hand blew up at that moment, but checked in with him today in the clubhouse. He was wrapped with a medical bandage and said iced it all night. He expects to go in his next start. Now, granted, he will do his first pen tomorrow, but that would be the last game of the San Diego series. So good to hear from Jason.
Thanks, Kelly. Yeah, that's Sunday against Ian Kennedy. Not only got through it, but he won for the 5th time. One ball, one strike on Gardner. It is just imperative to have a hard-throwing bullpen. Like every team we see now, there's some guy we haven't seen much of, and we go, wow.
Where'd he come from?
Right. It's Wesley Wright in the bullpen. Three and one. Walks would not be good in this spot. It's part of the order. After Jeter, it's Ellsbury and Teixeira and McCann.
Yeah, Gardner, he can surprise you every now and then and knock one out of the ballpark. He's hit 3 so far this year, but he's a speed guy. You don't want to walk him.
Full now, 3-2. Missed his target by a lot. Ball 4.
Pending next, the shortstop, Derek Jeter.
Jeter 1 for 3. Big spot in this game. We're in the 8th. Cubs leading 2-0, and now all of a sudden everybody getting up. Sensing this could maybe be his final plate appearance here.
Wellington Castillo out there to have a chat with Schlitter, basically to slow it down. Hey, let's not get caught up in the moment here. Don't worry about the resume of the guy in the batter's box. Just go ahead and do what you always do. Make quality pitches with that sinking fastball. Even get you a ground ball double play and get out of here. Jeter just asked him, what'd you say to him? What are you guys going to throw me?
Something you can't hit, hopefully. Or can't hit well.
I'm going to throw you an eephus pitch.
In the air, and it'll be caught by Sherholtz. 2 outs. Interesting, isn't it? We're in the 8th. I would say likely his final at bat today, but not for sure. But a tip of the cap to the crowd here. Made the final out last night.
The fans on their feet, they want a curtain call. They're not much in the mood for one after making it out in the 8th inning. But he might have to oblige. Best of all scenarios for the Cub fans here. Bid him farewell, and he made it out.
Check on Gardner once again. Pitch. It's a strike.
Detroit-Cleveland game is now 9-9 in the 12th inning.
They started really early today. I think around 11 o'clock our time. Short leg kick. The pitch didn't miss by a whole lot. It's 1-1. Not missed at all. Look out, Eric Hinsky. Little stairway in the dugout, and that scattered everybody. And he's hearing it. Ryan Schlitter made his big league debut with the Cubs in 2010. From a long, circuitous route back to the big leagues, but here he is in a big spot. A surprise addition to the opening day roster. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Yeah, throws a lot of strikes with good movement, and I think the confidence factor in him has steadily risen for his manager, Ricky Renteria. That's the way he goes about it. To Gardner, just the 4th free pass issued by Schlitter this season.
Hit hard and scooped by Castro. Out at first. Starlin with a couple of terrific defensive plays here in the late innings, and the Cubs maintain their 2-0 lead in the 8th. Underway here in the bottom of the 8th. It's Alfredo Estevez for the Yankees.
Appeared 5 times with the big club, 0-2 with a .635. Although May 3rd. I've been pitching down at AAA Scranton.
That one really hurt.
Estevez has been on the big league scene since 2008. First with the Yankees, then with the Red Sox, now back with New York. Wow, he was in a lot of pain.
Yeah.
Right-handers have been trying to bury breaking balls, cutters, sliders, curveballs in on the left-handed hitters. It's kind of been their game plan. It's a direct blow at the shin bone of Valbuena.
Well, we have a second. Your vote decides today's player of the game. Vote now. Log on to Cubs in-game live on csnchicago.com. Brought to you by Comcast Business Class.
I know who I'm voting for. I'm going to go with the starting pitcher.
Okay. It's always a good choice when Samardzija pitches.
7 shutout innings today. Ryan Kalish with a big pinch hit triple.
Luis went around.
Still hobbled as he makes his way back to the dugout. Tough to maintain your concentration when your leg's on fire.
Hit the deep center. Ellsbury with a beat on it. And Castillo is retired.
It worked last night. In celebration of Wrigley Field's 100th season, the Cubs and MasterCard have partnered to offer a limited number of MasterCard Century seats for every game during the 2014 regular season. Fans can use their MasterCard to purchase upper deck box tickets for $19.14. For more information or to make your purchase, visit Cubs.com/Century Seats. Say that fast 3 times.
They recall Aceves when he was a member of the Red Sox. Scary incident, as that ball will be deposited in the center field for a 2-out Scherholtz base hit. Pitch got away from him and he hit Marlon Byrd. The Cubs were at Wrigley Field in 2011. Byrd suffered multiple facial fractures, missed 6 weeks. Outside. Probably won't feel any better as the day moves along for Valbuena. Let's really start to throb.
We'll slap some ice on it right now and let Barney play defense. Barney's on deck right now. Volt can extend the inning.
Teixeira, McCann, Solarte scheduled in the 9th. Backhanded play by Solarte on the other side of the bag, and he gets Olt. And we will head to the 9th. Cubs 2, Yankees nothing. Close as the White Sox and the Royals will match up in Kansas City. 7 o'clock tonight right here on Comcast Sportsnet. Jose Quintana, Jeremy Guthrie. Mark and Stoney have the call here on CSN. And follow the Cubs with MLB.com at bat for your iPhone, iPad, Android, BlackBerry 10, or Windows Phone 8. Get scores, stats, highlights, live audio, and more. Text at bat to 31826 or visit Cubs.com for details. Changes now for the home team. That's actually the third baseman, Valbuena, now playing in shallow right. Darwin Barney is technically the second sacker. Starlin Castro over there by himself on the other side. And Hector Rondon with a strike to Mark Teixeira.
Rondon settling in as the closer now, 5 for 5 in save opportunities.
A floater will drop for a base hit and bring the tying run to the plate.
I was just about to say, Teixeira, McCann, Solardi, all that stands in the way of Jeff Samardzij's first win, and given the way his season has gone, you knew it wouldn't be easy. Couldn't be a quick 1, 2, 3. No stress inning. Not the way it's gone this year for Jeff.
Strike call.
McCann willing to take that fastball right down the middle to get a look at Rondon. McCann earned a reputation in Atlanta as being a guy who could turn on a fastball and got a lot of big hits late for them.
Two and one.
Ooh.
3 balls and a strike.
The tradition trusted a little bit there after throwing strike one. He tried a couple of cutters, missed in with one, then down, and then to me like he tried to overthrow that fastball. Find a way back into the count, try to stay away from his power. Just two-seam fastball down out over the outer part of the plate, make McCann work a little harder to get to it.
Ball 4. So for the third time today, the Yankees have 2 on. It's the first time with nobody out. Brendan Ryan will pinch run for McCann. Here comes Chris Bosio.
Talked to some relief pitchers over the years that say it's tougher. They feel a little more heat when you're coming in behind a guy like Samardzija, who's pitched into tough luck and has pitched such a good ball game too. Gives you 7 zeros. You feel a little extra heat sometimes when you're out there trying to protect that lead. And I've talked to other guys say, hey man, it doesn't matter if I'm out there protecting a 1-run, 2-run lead. There's all kinds of pressure regardless of what preceded it.
We might see Soriano at some point as a pinch hitter. So it's Solarte with Teixeira at second and Brendan Ryan representing the tying run at first. Nobody out. taken all the way. Solarte was not going to swing, and the pitch was off the plate in.
Rizzo was in on the grass a little bit, anticipating bunt, but now he retreats. Solarte's been really good, especially from this side of the plate, and highly doubt that Girardi would have him bunt. Fastball's not finding the strike zone. Try something else.
A 300 hitter. Guessing Joe wants him to swing the bat. Daly and the closer Robertson. The pitch bounced off his foot. It's foul. Rondon needs an out. He's not going to get one, as Bonifacio has to play that on a hop, and the bases are loaded. 2 hits. They've both been bloop singles. He's not giving up hard contact. The walk didn't help, and they are loaded for Ichiro.
At the plate, number 9.
Stuff for Rondon looks fine. His command at times has been a little wobbly here, but yeah, mostly it's just been misfortune. Soft contact turning into base hits. And now you just got to keep your wits about you.
Here we go. Strike called. Now Soriano's on deck in the pitcher spot behind Suzuki. So obviously this is a key out here. Got a strikeout candidate on deck. Cubs not worried about that first run. There's a ground ball. They will get one, and the relay gets away, and the Yankees are going to tie it. The worst possible scenario there. Boy, they got one out and tried for 2, and it's tied. And Samardzija with a no decision.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. He continues to make history. Darwin Barney usually makes good decisions, but he tried to make a heroic play here, trying to turn this double play that he was not going to get, even with an accurate throw. Should have just held on. Wow.
A 2-2 tie.
Told Jeff the other day, he's not winning games, but he's making history. I've seen some hard luck pitchers, but I've never seen anything like this.
10 winless starts.
And it's usually been, run support.
No runs
today.
A
couple of times.
No runs allowed in 7 innings. A 1.46. Now Rondon's trying to keep the game tied. Ichiro the very big lead over there at first. And the pitch to Soriano, a swing and a miss. It's 0-2. There goes a runner, swing and a miss, strike 3. The throw On the shortstop side, Barney tried the quick tag and didn't get him.
Yeah, in between hop that he picks and then tries to apply the quick tag, but Suzuki just ahead of it.
Johnson, the go-ahead run in scoring position. .475 steals for Ichiro. He led the majors in his rookie season of 01. 56 that year. And the pitch. Oh, that got a big piece of Dana DeMuth.
Ichiro was the Rookie of the Year and the MVP his first year in Seattle.
He was the active leader in steals. 41st on the all-time list. Just past Roberto Alomar. Rondon's 1-1. Did that just happen? Are we tied? Wow.
Could see it building right as soon as Teixeira's dropped one in there in shallow center to get things started. Oh no.
Ooh, just missed.
Yeah, it's been consistent down there. Dana DeMuth going to give that borderline low pitch most of the afternoon.
A 2-2 on the way. A little slow roller picked up by Valbuena at third. And they get the third and final out, but not after the Yankees tie it up on a couple of runs. We go to the bottom of the ninth. It's 2-2. In a 2-2 tie, we've got some more changes here for the Yankees. Looks like Solarte has gone back to third.
Brendan Ryan in at second.
Ryan, who pinch ran. Is that J.R. Murphy?
Oh, and a new catcher, too.
Yeah, McCann.
Well, that's right. They ran from McCann.
Or the pinch runner.
Well, Darwin Barney will lead things off here in the bottom half of the ninth. The side-winding right-hander Daly. We saw him last night.
Ball one from Daly. By the way, Brendan Ryan, a plus defender, is always ranked very highly as a shortstop. Hasn't hit much at this level, but he can pick it. He's playing second right now.
Yeah, when he was playing every day for the Mariners, he was on the highlight shows almost every night.
Pitch, swing and a miss, strike three. Funky motion.
Yeah, it is. Look at the long stride.
Well, a blown save is not necessarily a loss. And in this case, still tie ball game. The Cubs can win it here in the bottom of the ninth, as much as the air was taken out of everybody's sails here. Called strike on Bonifacio. Solarte will watch it drop among the fans. Speaking of ties, I believe it's 10-10 in Cleveland in the 13th. Yep, Tigers took the lead in the top of the inning, and the Indians just tied it. Pitch. They're foul.
20 runs on 30 hits in that ball game. Tigers have hit 3 long ones. Cleveland a pair.
Daly's 0-2, and he's got back-to-back Ks to start this inning.
Remember our conversation back in the 5th about not scoring with a 2-man advantage in hockey, how it can go back to bite you. And if the Cubs don't win this ball game, the focus will be on the 9th and Rondon, and the fact that the Yankees scored 2 in the 9th. But you go back to that 5th when Bonifacio had the leadoff triple and they didn't cash it in.
They also couldn't add on as Jeter turned that 6-3 double play in the 7th. You had the Rizzo check swing. He was called for a swing on a pitch that hit him. Yeah, a lot of little things. And as you said, I have a hard time pinning the ninth on Rondon, considering he gave up 2 bloop hits. Now, he did walk McCann. That was the one thing you don't want with a 2-run lead.
The irony is, if Valbuena is still the second baseman, he might not try to turn that double play. Right. Barney tried.
0-2 to Lake. This is a crazy game, baseball. The last guy you'd expect to make a bad throw there is Darwin Barney.
Yeah, I think, he hasn't been getting regular playing time, and he's just trying to impact the game, trying to make a big play. He's forced it a little bit.
Another 0-2 and another foul. Daly with the Jeff Bagwell-like setup. He's almost sitting on a stool as he gets ready to pitch. Exaggerated leg bend.
Yeah, you see that and you always wonder where that came from. Somewhere along the way, some pitching coach, here, try this. Maybe this will help you keep your weight back. A lot about the drop and drive. He's got the sit and sling. Good thing Schlitter doesn't have that. We'd be really scuffling.
Yeah, we got to be careful. 1-2, little ground ball back to Daly, and that's going to send us to extras. Not where the Cubs wanted to be. They led for most of the day, but it's 2-2 after 9. Jack Link's Beef Jerky all season long. Jack Link's Beef Jerky. Feed your wild side. So we go to the 10th, and it's left-hander Wesley Wright. The Cubs 1-5 in extras. The Yankees are 1-1 so far this year.
First outing for Wesley since May 15th. That was in St. Louis. He's given up runs in just 2 of his 16 appearances this year. 0-1 with a 2.08 earned run average. Left, right, left scheduled to bat here for the Yankees in the 10th. By name, Gardner, Jeter, Ellsbury.
They joke about jinxes and the like, and neither of us believes in that stuff, but it's like the fans cheering Jeter in the 8th inning for his final at bat. Kiss of death today. He's going to bat again here in the 10th inning.
Yeah, that's the old deal. You don't put the bats away, even if you have a big lead. Right. Of course, nobody puts the bats away anymore, but that was the old days. You know, you see teams starting to put the bats in the bat bag when they have a big lead in the 9th. No, don't do that. Wait till the game's over.
The Indians just won on a balk in the 13th.
Wow. Guess that's a fitting way for that game to end.
I suppose so. Yep, they got 2 in the bottom of the 13th. Asdrubal Cabrera scored on the Al Albuquerque balk. (11-10) the final. That's a sweep in that series for the Tribe. The 2-1 from right to Gardner is inside 3-1.
Turn it loose. Looks like he's trying to guide it up there a little bit. He'll be willing to take a big chunk of home plate here, right down the middle. Give the Yankees a chance to manufacture a run here with Gardner's speed and Jeter behind him.
Three and two. Hit hard but foul. Right to Starlin Castro. Come back by right to get Gardner.
Shortstop, Derek Jeter.
Look at the people booing now.
Yeah, I think
you weren't supposed to bat again, Derek.
People are like, okay, I think some Cub fans are like, enough of the love fest here, folks. We just gave up 2 runs in the 9th.
It's 3 for 8 in the set.
The change up there by right to get even in the count. Right, one of those relievers who still works with a starting pitcher's repertoire. Fastball, curve, slider, and change. He'll use them all. Run a piece of cheese in on him here. Try to pop him up.
Driven to right. Sherholtz, though, will get it. He's got his sunglasses on. That's the bad sun field here late in the afternoon. That's 2 times up. Jeter has lined hard to right, but for outs. Ellsbury with 2 outs. This guy has been eerily quiet so far in the series. Hasn't hit one out of the infield today. Retired on a really nice play by Castro in the 8th.
Yeah, his timing is off. He looks in between. Getting 206 for the month of May.
Came back up, took his helmet off.
Just 5 for his last 50.
Wide a couple of inches. 2-2.
5 out of 50. That's 100. That's what pitchers do. And this guy's a really good hitter.
Switch hitting Mark Teixeira's on deck. He started the 9th inning rally with a single off Rondon. And a base hit. Just kind of feel that one coming. 1 for 9 now in the series.
Grounded out to first base first time up, and then the rest of the day he's really been focused on trying to stay through the middle of the diamond. With the ball to the shortstop 3 times and finally pinged one out there for a base hit. Eleven steals, caught twice, Ellsbury so far this year. Last year, 52 steals, caught only 4 times.
Yeah, first major leaguer to lead everybody in stolen bases and stolen base percentage in the same season since Tim Raines in '81. So last year you could objectively, definitively say he was the best base stealer in baseball. He had the most, and he was
highest percentage.
Best percentage, yeah. So what does that tell us about this situation? I think it tells us two things. There's certainly a chance he could run. But if he doesn't run, that means he knows it's a risky play. And some guys run when they're willing to take that risk, but clearly last year he wasn't. A left-hander on the mound. You've got a home run hitter in the box.
Yeah, so it's tougher to get the jump on the left-handed hitter. So you start to do the math, and you got a catcher with a real good arm behind home plate. Normally, you talk about base stealers stealing on pitchers. With the lefty, it's a little different.
Castro's play is to first, and the inning is over. We go to the bottom of the 10th. It's still 2-2. In the last of the 10th against right-hander Matt Daly, a wild game in Cleveland. Josh Tomlin got the win. Phil Koch took the loss. Al Albuquerque, watch the flinch.
Let's take another look. Yes, he did.
Starts and then stops. I hate that rule. That is a terrible way for a ball game to end.
Yeah, I would tend to agree.
I mean, I feel for the umpires there. I mean,
they have to call it.
You have to call it, but it's just they need to rework that rule. It's one thing once the pitcher comes set that once he moves, he's got to deliver the ball. But before he's set, that little flinch. The idea of the balk rule is to prevent deceiving the base runner, and there's no attempt at deception there.
Outside to Anthony Rizzo. Brad and Tina Smith watching us in Kentucky today. And the Cubs can pull this one out after giving up the lead in the 9th. 2 runs, 1 unearned off the closer Rondon. 2-0.
Dangerous pitch coming here for Daly. Rizzo's day. Couple of walks, couple of punch outs. Ooh, good swing, good aggressive hack there. Matter of fact, that's kind of been his series yesterday. A couple of walks, a couple of punch outs, and a ground ball to first.
Back-to-back pitches in the 5th. That was the one he was aggravated about. The ball hit him. It was called on the check swing. And then he struck out. He was really angry with Lance Barrett. Cubs did not score in that inning after a leadoff triple.
Birds wanted 9 innings today. Gulls have no appetite for extra innings. It's a full house. Walks over strikeouts.
All important leadoff walk. Let's see what the Cubs can do with it here. Castro coming up. I think it works, two different ways for Rizzo with all the walks this year. He obviously has a keen eye. He's not anxious to swing at bad pitches. But because he's had success and has hit the ball hard all over the ballpark this season, pitchers may be a little more careful with him, and it just kind of feeds into that patience. Kind of all works hand in hand.
Yeah, and I think
certain guys who can't walk because they're just going to get challenged all the time.
Right. And I think he's the one guy when clubs go over the Cubs prior to a series, they say, hey, be careful with this guy. The guy behind him, Castro's a good hitter. He's a high average hitter, but he can be pitched to. He's got some holes, and he's not, real legit slugger in that cleanup spot.
Popped up. Ryan out on the outfield grass. One away.
Rizzo, the guy that they identify as the guy they're going to be very careful with in critical situations. Now here, leading out the inning, you probably want your pitcher to be a little more willing to throw it in there. Thornton, the lefty's down in the Yankee pen. Movement from the Yankee dugout. Looks like Daly will stay on.
Shadows starting cover home plate here probably in the next few minutes. That'll be the case. 1-0 to Valbuena. The veteran Matt Thornton. Outside, it's 2-0.
That's precisely why you like to split right and left-handed batters in your batting order. If this were Valbuena Shearhold, say, instead of Castillo on deck, Thornton would be in the game.
Missed again, 3-0. Swinging away and fouling. Out of play.
I had a pitch too. Gave him the green light there. That's just because he's been swinging it so well lately. Got a man on first base. Hit one in the alley. You might win the ball game. You know you're going to get a pitch to hit in all likelihood on 3-0.
He walked him. So it's Castillo with 2 on and 1 out here in the 10th. Brian McCann, who came out of this game for the pinch runner earlier, is now down in the bullpen. I think that's Preston Claiborne catching. McCann signed a 5-year, $85 million contract in the offseason, but when you need an extra catcher in the bullpen, the starter heads out there once he's out of the game.
Yeah, for that kind of jack, should be willing to catch some bullpens.
Or at least hire one. I'll pay for one, so I don't have to do it. 1-0 on Castillo. Winning run at second. That's Rizzo. Only one out.
It really looks like he's in hope mode right now, hoping that the Cubs get themselves out by chasing bad pitches.
Here's a 1-0 on the way. Fouled. Birds in for an early meal to finish off their day. We've still got a ball game going on. 1-1. One will head upstairs. Bailey now set. The 1-2 pitch. 2-2.
Yankees outfielders really shortened up here. Ellsbury and Suzuki in particular. They want to give themselves a shot at Rizzo on a line drive base hit.
Called. Strike 3. 2 outs. But that'll be it for Daly with Sherholtz due up.
The best pitch probably of the sequence that Wellington had. Maybe got caught looking for something else, but 86-mile-an-hour fastball with the outer third of the plate, and he just couldn't pull the trigger.
Matt Thornton coming on when we return to Wrigley Field. To Nate Sherholtz.
Saw Thornton last night. Veteran came up with the Mariners and a nice long run with the White Sox. Still rush it up there pretty good into the mid-90s. Likes to throw two-seam fastball, a little running action, hard slider.
This is the easy move for Joe Girardi because the only guys left on the bench are Baker and Coghlan, both left-handed hitters. So he knew that Rick Renteria had to use Sherholtz in this spot. And the pitch is on the outside corner. Cubs bullpen's been busy lately. It's protecting some arms out there. Reason they've had the extra reliever, but there have been a few occasions when it would have been nice to have an extra position player. Cubs have gone to extras quite a bit. Blocked by Murphy. And it's 1-1. One and two. Deep breath by Thornton. Big leg kick. The 1-2 is outside on a close one.
Well, just out there where that first offering was, that was called a strike.
Sets up a 2-2, and Sherholtz able to hang in there. Coghlan, just mentioned him. He's on deck. He would bat for right.
Been tough go of it for Nate Sherholtz so far this year. 2 hits today. If he could deliver the game winner and be in the middle of that dog pile, it sure would feel good for him.
Another 2-2 from Thornton is outside on a fastball. It's full. Significant here in that with 2 outs, any base hit to the outfield, the game ends. Because Rizzo will already have had a head start. The runners take off. The 3-2 pitch. Fly ball to left, and that'll end the inning. Caught by Gardner to send us to the 11th. 2-2. To this point, Cubs with the lead in the 4th inning. A sacrifice fly from Mike Holt to make it 1-0. 7th inning, they would tack on. Sack bunt by Emilio Bonifacio, getting Ryan Kalish in, and then the 9th inning, Ichiro, the ground ball to second. They get one, trying to get two. Instead, the ball gets away from Anthony Rizzo on the Barney throw. 2 runs in to tie it up. We're now in the 11th. And it is Brendan Ryan against Wesley Wright. Ball 1. Ryan came up with the Cardinals. Time in Seattle and now here with the Yankees. High fly ball to center. Bonifacio camped under it. Bring up Solarte on 3 out of 4 times. Solarte switch hitter. It's on a 1-0. He checked his swing and hit it foul. Jay Bruce to the DL. I'm sorry, Joey Votto to the DL. Jay Bruce off the DL.
Votto's got a leg injury. Lower body injury for Votto.
Bruce had arthroscopic left knee surgery on May 5th, torn meniscus. A couple weeks later, he's back. And the Reds and the Nationals are in a delay. Cincinnati leading 2-1. In the 6th. Roller to third. Valbuena.
Guarding the line, well positioned to handle that ground ball. 2 quick outs here in the Yankees 11th. They got Samardzija today. Doesn't get much easier. They get Chris Sale tomorrow. He'll make the start for the White Sox. He's been out a while with a bit of a forearm injury. Left flexor strain. The sense watching Suzuki hit, he has an idea exactly where he wants to hit the baseball.
Yep. They say hitters do not guide the ball, but it sure feels like he does, or at least tries to on many an occasion.
Yeah, most hitters is like, well, you know, I'm trying to pull the ball, or I'm trying to use the whole field, or this, you know, this is just the kind of hitter I am. With Suzuki, you watch him and you think he's looking at that spot and goes, I'm going to hit the ball right there.
You often hear about, you know, staying back. Doesn't really exist in terms of his mechanics. He almost walks into the baseball.
Yeah, he keeps his hands back, but he gets that weight out on the front foot. He kind of reminds me of a golf swing a little bit, and they talk so much about lag. He keeps the hands back and then whips them through.
Right, ready. Here it comes. It's outside and low. John Ryan Murphy is on deck. Castro, bare hands, and the throw pulled Rizzo off the base. Made a calculated decision to barehand it. He did get it cleanly, but then the throw was a little off the mark. It's a hit for Ichiro.
Castro's made a couple of sparkling plays already today. And this would have really been something. I'm not sure that was the best way to play it. Sure was pretty.
The catcher Murphy. Hit pretty well to center. Bonifacio near the track, not quite to it. Makes the catch. Had a good sound off the bat, but it stayed in the ballpark. 2-2. Extras. Chris Coughlin will bat for Wesley Wright. 2 scoreless frames here in extra innings for Wright.
All right, time to drink some coffee.
Coffee time?
Or rally coffee.
I like it.
Coffee talk. Managers are running out of resources. Baker left for the Cubs. Almonte for the Yankees.
Game-ending swing, but Coughlin missed it.
Seems like the extra inning games, the long ones, always happen on getaway day. Cubs start a 4-game series in San Diego tomorrow. Yankees have to go all the way to Chicago for their series with the Sox.
They don't even have to check out of their team hotel.
Weird, isn't it? Getaway day, and the home team is leaving town, but the road team isn't.
Thornton's 0-2, make it 0-3. Struck him out.
Yankee bullpen is been pretty stout here today. Remember the starter Chase Whitley making just his second major league start. So a bit of a short leash for him. He worked 4 1/3. Allowed just the 1 run. He was on the hook for the loss until the Yankees rallied in the top half of the 9th. A lot of work for that Yankee pen this afternoon, and most of it has been really good.
Preston Claiborne is going to pitch. Right-hander with Arwin Barney due up. Well, doesn't get a chance to do a lot of double switching and the like. Back here in the National League, at least for a couple of days this week. And we'll figure out the changes when we come back. Monte, switch hitting outfielder, takes over for Ichiro in right. And inserted into the 9 spot in their order, Preston Claiborne. Now pitching. 1 out, nobody on. Darwin Barney, the batter. From the wind, a strike. Claiborne pitched last night. He got 1 out and he was charged with 2 runs. Barney swung at it. Ron Culpa down at first. 0-2. James Russell up in the bullpen. Claiborne went to Tulane. 17th rounder in 2010. Pulled foul. Now fans being generous. You take it. No, you take it. I want you to have it.
Head forward.
Fastballs, changeups, and sliders from Claiborne. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Bring up Bonifacio, who tripled off Claiborne last night.
13th strikeout recorded by Yankee pitching here this afternoon.
Shallow right. And Ryan from second base makes the grab, and the inning is over. Off to the 12th. Cubs 2, Yankees 2. And it's left-hander James Russell.
As Len mentioned, Russell really good last night. Allowed a hit and a walk with a couple of strikeouts. Stuff looked really sharp. So he's on for the 18th time, and he's 0-1 with a 4.09.
Kudos to Wesley Wright. 10th and the 11th, and he gave up 2 hits, but 0 runs. Kudos to our great crew, headed by John Walsh, Dave Turner, Tamara Anderson, Jim Cornell Jr., Mark Harper.
Shadows now covering a good portion of the infield. This is the hitters that have issues with this. Is normally like this as the ball passes from light into dark.
Zoilo Almonte with a laser right at Junior Lake.
Zoilo had no problem with the Shadows. He hit it hard, but he's out. Talked to some hitters that said, "No, it doesn't bother me at all." Other guys say, "Yeah."
Didn't even get to talk about Zoilo Versailles. Some good Zoilos. Big league history. Longtime twin.
He won an MVP one year, didn't he?
He did. It was 1965. At baseball and runs, doubles, had 12 triples. Gardner fouls back. Guess who's on deck?
I'm going to go with Jeter.
He's probably getting sick of being cheered for making outs.
Yeah, you're exactly right. And that was his body language last time. He got the sense of, come on, people.
The 1-1 is downstairs. 2 balls and a strike.
I wishes he was at Derek Jeter's taco hole. Remember that bit from SNL?
I don't.
Oh man, yeah, you got to check it out.
Was that when he hosted?
Yeah, he hosted. They did a bit where he had his little taco joint, and big sombrero, playing the guitar.
2-2.
So come on down to Derek Jeter's taco hole.
Bouncer surrounded by Barney. They won't get him. Gardner's speed makes it an infield hit.
Well, he gets up to full speed in a hurry. Explosive out of that batter's box.
Hitting next to shortstop, Derek Jeter.
Keep a close watch on Gardner. Pitch. Strike call. Buena in at third. Double play depth up the middle. Rizzo holding on Gardner at first. One strike on Jeter. Here's a pitch. Strike two.
There it is. Yeah.
Ooh, that's a way back machine. That's a little Mike Myers action over there on the right, or is that Jimmy Fallon?
Might be Fallon. I don't know.
I'm going to go Jimmy Fallon.
I think it's Fallon, yeah.
Mike Myers would have been way before that. Jimmy Fallon as Mike Myers, as the extra in that sketch. As Bonifacio makes a catch. They still stand and cheer. Bring up Ellsbury.
I wonder if it will ever get to the point this year for Jeter where he wishes he hadn't announced his retirement before the season. And just played it out like a regular year, and then maybe with a month to go. So you know what, folks, this is it.
One hit in the series for Ellsbury. That was in the 10th off Wesley Wright. Russell thinking what I was just thinking. Gardner's, I'm surprised they haven't tried anything yet.
Especially with lefty on lefty here. You know, Ellsbury has extra base power, but less likely to drive the ball off a left-handed pitcher. So if you're the Yankees, you're probably thinking your best chance of scoring here is stolen base single by Ellsbury. If Gardner can get a read on Russell.
0-1.
Sometimes for a guy like Gardner, the best bet is to, instead of trying to read Russell, just get a decent sized lead and go on first move.
Awkward swing there by Ellsbury. It's 0-2.
This is, you know, I was chatting with somebody the other day about Bobby Valentine, what a smart baseball guy he is. He's got his detractors, but back when he was managing the Mets, and he would have his first baseman play off the line, you know, not hold the base runner. It was amazing how that shut down the running game. You know, Olerud over there, he would just take one little half step back to the bag, and that base runner would be diving back to the base as the pitch was being delivered. I'm surprised that more clubs didn't adopt that.
One and two. Gardner not going again, and that ball is poked into left. Gardner will hold it second. Nice piece of two-strike hitting by Jacoby Ellsbury, and it'll bring up Teixeira.
Not a pretty swing by any stretch, but effective. 2 hits in a row now for Ellsbury. Situation here where plenty of speed at second base. So if this ball gets to the outfield, the Yankees are going to score. So you can play a little deeper in the infield. You got to be willing to leave your feet, knock that ball down.
Time called. Cubs thought they had this one wrapped up over an hour ago, but the Yankees rallied late with 2 in the 9th. We're now in the 12th. And a 1-0 to Teixeira is on the outside corner. Good pitcher's strike on a fastball.
Normally with a guy like Teixeira up there, you're thinking stay away from his power. Don't let him hit one in the seats. Here it doesn't matter. Any kind of base hit and they score.
Kick, a pitch, low.
Not any kind of infield that doesn't get the job done. Any base hit to the outfield. Hard to envision a scenario where they'd throw Gardner out. I heard Cal Ripken once in an interview talk about when he was on second base and there were 2 strikes on the hitter and he saw the pitch was going to be a strike, he would take off as if it were a 3-2 pitch.
Right. Yeah. I remember that. You're right. Ground ball, but right into the shift, and Barney will step on second. So for all the naysayers on the shifting,
there you go.
Remember that one, because that would have given the Yankees the lead. He hit it right to where Barney was playing.
Yeah, good thing Russell didn't get leather on it.
Tied at 2 as we get into the bottom of the 12th inning. Junior Lake start things against the right-hander Claiborne. At the final 2 outs of the 11th.
This game's going to end right here in the bottom of the 12th, Len.
Okay. Yankees over shifting on the infield toward the left side. Moving Teixeira by himself. Strike 1. That's a good start. And with birds scatter out there in center, Junior Lake Leading off the bottom of the 12th with his 3rd hit of the day.
Well, he deserves a spotlight. As the bird does. Oh my goodness, look what he's done. It's like a spirograph. Pretty swing. Good start. Speed on the bases, extra base power due to bat.
Outside. Each team now with 10 hits. Lake inches off first. The 1-0 to Rizzo. Double play ball. Ryan Jeter to Sherrill. That hurts. Leadoff man on, but now 2 outs, nobody aboard for Castro.
Yeah, boy, it's looking rosy there, and ironically, that's the first time that Anthony's put the ball in play today. Struck out twice, walked 3 times. Now they're going to have to get it done with 2 outs and nobody on. Like today could put a hurting on your batting average.
Starlin has fouled out, grounded out, flied out, hit into a double play, and popped out. Too many outs in that sentence, I suppose. The 1-0 offering, swing and a miss. It's 1-1.
He wanted to hit one out right there. Got fooled by the breaking ball.
Pulled on the ground. Jeter's got a long throw, and he got rid of it in a hurry, and he fired a strike. Promising start to the inning, but we'll head to the 13th. Still tied. To the 13th inning. Here's Jose Veras.
Cubs might lead the league in innings played this year. When they go extra innings,
find that out pretty easily.
Not content to play 10, they want to play 15. Veras 8 games, 6 of them before he went on the DL, and he struggled, and that's why he's got that big ERA of 12.27, and the primary reason, command. 10 walks and 7 in the third, just not going to get it done. He's pitched twice since coming off the disabled list. 2/3 of an inning in St. Louis, allowed a hit, no runs in that ball game, and then an inning here the other day against Milwaukee. Had a couple of punch outs, allowed a hit, but no runs in that inning of work.
Is a former New York Yankee, made his major league debut in 2006. I'm going to find the answer to your question. Actually, the Cubs are near the bottom, but I think one of the reasons is they haven't played as many games. But if we went innings per game,
so we'll stick with it.
That might change. Yeah, Brendan Ryan, ball 1. Yeah, the Cubs actually, JD, have played the 4th fewest innings among all big league teams.
Doesn't feel like it, does it?
No, it doesn't. Played 16 innings in the second game of the year.
Second game of the year. 11-inning affair at St. Louis on April 11th. 12 innings against the Sox in the last homestand. 12 innings in St. Louis the other day. Ryan, not a power guy. You want to get after him.
Comebacker caught the outside. 2-1. Solarte next. And the pitch. 3-1. Samardzija, Schlitter, Rondon, Wright, Russell, Veras. That's for the home team. Whitley, Betances, Warren, Aceves, Daly, Thornton, Claiborne for the Yankees. So we start crossing names off the list in terms of who's available. Joe has now used his whole bench.
Yeah, and he's got his pitcher due up third in this inning.
Knocked down by Valbuena, but that'll be an infield hit for Ryan. Cubs bullpen is still relatively stocked.
Starting the line to take away the double. Valbuena with a quick move to his left. But it's a knock for Ryan. Well, certainly not a bunt situation here with the pitcher on deck. Valbuena's moving in anyway. Just to prevent against the bunt base hit. Now he's going to retreat a couple steps. Now he's going to keep on retreating as he realizes, probably getting word from the dugout. Back up, back up, back up. Pitcher's on deck. They're not going to bunt here.
And I suppose if Joe had a starting pitcher he felt was better option than Claiborne hitting, he could take a chance that they're going to get the lead and have his closer come in the bottom of the inning. But that's a big risk.
Yeah, I think he's just at that point in the ball game where Claiborne's got to be his guy. He's going to a whole bunch out of him.
And again, Solarte at 317. You don't really want to take the bat out of his hands. I think the pitcher on deck's kind of doing Girardi a favor. He doesn't even have to think about it. Just do your thing. Veras on a 1-0, low and inside.
Yeah, and it might be a situation, too, where Girardi's thinking, well, my best chance, again, is to get Ryan to second base while Sarlardi's still batting. So I'm thinking about trying to steal a base. He probably won't do it now because Veras has had control issues throughout his career and to a great degree this year. I'm sure Girardi's thinking, well, I'm not going to take any chances right off. I'm going to make sure this guy's capable of throwing strikes. He might just walk us into scoring position.
Two-one on him. It's Ryan at first.
Kind of funky there. Maybe a splitter.
Three and one. The pitch. Ball four.
Well, did him a huge favor.
Trouble in the 13th. We'll see if Claiborne can bunt. Comes Rick Renteria. A strategy session here.
I'm sure what Rob Thompson is telling Claiborne is, look, get your bunt down and make sure you bust it out of the box, because Rick Renteria is telling his guys, any chance we get to turn two here, let's go for it. Let's be aggressive. 13th inning, got an inexperienced guy up there in the batter's box trying to get this bunt down.
This will be his first major league plate appearance. Interesting, huh? The on-deck hitter.
Yeah.
J.R. Murphy went up and whispered something into his ear. So he's getting advice from both sides.
I said, you get this down and you give me a chance to drive in the potential of winning runs, I'll buy you a steak tonight. Oh my.
Couldn't have done it any better. So Claiborne will get tons of high fives in the dugout for that bunt. Second and third, one out.
Aggressively defended by the Cubs. They had a wheel play on. Big smile on his face as he heads back into the visiting dugout. You see the corners coming hard. Castro breaking to cover third with a perfect bunt by Claiborne, and now the Yankees really in good shape.
Infield in. It's Murphy with runners at second and third and one out. Here's a pitch by Veras and the curveball over. Murphy 0 for 1.
Hasn't had a lot of at bats, but been good when given the opportunity, hitting .387.
11 for his last 23. First major league homer was a game winner against the Angels on April 26th.
They got a base open here, so you can just kind of work off the outside edge with that breaking ball, see if you can get Murphy to chase. Maybe pitching for a strikeout here, trying to keep the ball out of play.
A 1-1 way inside on the curve.
Yeah, so, if you lose him, you set up the force everywhere. Play for a double play. The downside, of course, is Vera struggling with his control. You put him at risk of walking in the go-ahead run. But that's the nature of 2-2 in the 13th with 2 men in scoring position. There are not a lot of great options right now.
Yeah, you got to pick one, ultimately. The kick, the 2-1 pitch, it gets away, and the Yankees have the lead for the first time in about 4.5 hours of baseball today. It's 3-2.
The curveball, for most of Veras' career, has been probably his best pitch, but he has really struggled with it, going all the way back to spring training.
Well, and Murphy, did a really key thing here, JD. Didn't get hit by that pitch.
Yeah.
Because that would have done Veras a favor.
Tendency for the hitter, too, is to back up and when the ball's coming at your coconut. And a lot of times you see guys back into the pitch, but he just squats and allows the ball to go to the backstop.
So 3-1 now with Solarte at third, and the pitch. Little blooper. It's going to be a base hit, and it's a 2-run Yankee lead. John Ryan Murphy with an RBI hit. Here's Almonte. Still only one out. And a strike call. So Claiborne, who laid down a key sac bunt here in this inning in his first career plate appearance, can now get the win. And David Robertson will likely pitch the bottom of the inning. Now, here's a question I think the Yankees have to at least ponder, JD, depending on what the score is. Right, you've already used your pitcher to bat because you don't have any bench players. Joe knows that once Robertson's done, he's out of pitchers. He has to use a starter or a position player. Do you take the chance and just bring your closer into the game? Or do you let Claiborne start the inning and only bring Robertson in if you feel like you have to?
Probably depends on the availability of any of his starting pitchers.
Yeah.
If he's got somebody to give him an inning or so. And obviously what transpires the rest of the way. But if this is all the Yankees get in this inning, I think Robertson's got to be the guy.
So strikeout for the second out. So you'd say a 2-run lead, you'd still bring your closer in.
Well, I'm saying he will, because I think that's the way just about every manager in the game is going to do it.
Right.
Today.
Would you do it?
But
I don't know if I would.
I'm
Let's just assume there's nobody really a quote available.
Right.
That essentially Robertson's the last guy.
Yeah, that's kind of the way closers are used anyway, right? I'm going to win or lose with my closer.
Yeah, but if you tie with your closer, that's the problem.
Right. That would be fun. I would kind of like to see that scenario play out, because if a position player had to pitch, then Robertson would have to go play, or one of his starters would have to go play the field because he's got no other position players.
1-1 on Gardner. A 1-1. I guess for me it's really risk reward, and I think the risk is pretty low in using Claiborne to at least start the inning, having your closer as the backup option. And again, a closer should be able to hold a 2-run lead, but we already have seen a blown save in this game. And the big risk is you've got no safety net behind Robertson, theoretically. And we don't see anybody sitting in the bullpen. I haven't seen a starting pitcher in spikes head out there yet.
No, my guess is his thinking is I'm going to go with Robertson.
He's going to
win or lose, and if they tie, I'll ask Robertson to pitch another inning. And then if we're still tied, we'll see which starter goes down there and starts to crank it up.
Barris has been all over the place here in this 13th inning.
Yeah, you know, on the DL because of the oblique, the added benefit was he really struggled here, and the hope was he could go down and work his way back on his rehab assignment, and kind of hit the reset button, start fresh. But this is kind of what we saw prior to the injury.
And a base hit to left. Murphy will keep on moving to third. Guess who gets another at bat? I don't have to tell you. The crowd will tell you.
Shortstop number 2, Derek Jeter.
If you weren't with us early, Jeff Samardzija went 7 innings and he gave up nothing. And he gets a no decision. Leads the majors in ERA. Gardner takes off. The throw goes through, but Murphy's going to hold.
Jeff allowed 4 hits today, all singles, a couple of walks, struck out 3. Two runs charged to Hector Rondon in the 9th to tie the ball game.
Well, Grimm, Ramirez, and Villanueva hopefully get their rest tonight, because there's a pretty good chance we'll see them at some point tomorrow. They have not been used today. Jake Arrieta's had a couple of short starts. Have some guys not available tomorrow night in San Diego. A roller to Barney. And the inning is over, but they get 2 runs And it's 4-2 Yankees as we go to the bottom of the 13th. Cubs trailing by 2, and it is David Robertson, their closer. Remember, he was on the DL when we saw the Yanks in New York in mid-April.
Yeah, and since coming back, he's posted very good numbers: 8 for 8 save tries, 1.54 ERA, and he struck out 15 while walking just 2 in 11 2/3. Strikeout rate really good, 37%, while walking less than 5% of the batters he has faced.
Claiborne and Veras now the pitchers of record.
This ball, curveball from Robertson. He's not a real overpowering guy, but it's not to say he doesn't have a good fastball. He hides it well, late movement, gets in on the hitter quicker than they anticipate.
Remember the graphic we had earlier? The Yankees, when trailing after 7, without a win this year. So they're trying to do that for the first time this season. They've used Gardner, Jeter, Ellsbury, Teixeira, McCann, Ryan, Solarte, Suzuki, Claiborne, now Robertson, Roberts, Warren, Aceves, Soriano, Murphy, Whitley, Betances, Johnson, Daly, Thornton, and Almonte. It's their whole active roster save for the other starting pitchers. Valbuena fouls it upstairs. Rick Renteria talks to his players a lot about feeling mentally exhausted. You should be worn out after a big league game with all the things you have to think about defensively and the like. And I have a feeling the managers and the bench coaches will feel that way today for sure. Chess match has been on for a while. Swing and a miss. Bottom fell out of that pitch. One away. It's disappeared.
82-mile-an-hour curveball. Bottom of the zone. Robertson 5-1 with a 2.04 last year in 70 appearances. Setup role for Mariano Rivera.
Strike one to Castillo. Will be a winning homestand for the Cubs no matter what, but Absolutely a feeling of one that got away today if they can't come back here in the 13th. Curve strike 1-2. And a base hit. That'll bring the tying run to the plate.
Good short stroke that time by Castillo. Pitch up above the belt a little bit. And a bit of a cut fastball from Robertson. Get that swing on plane and lash that line drive the other way.
Scherholtz with John Baker on deck. Got Jeter over on the left side. They moved Solarte over to that rover spot almost behind the bag at second, with Ryan playing between Solarte and Teixeira. A strike. It's 1-1.
John Baker's on deck. He's the last man standing on the bench for the Cubs today.
We didn't really get to talk about it when we were in New York, but big shoes to fill. Mariano Rivera retires. David Robertson, go get him. Broken bat, fly ball to right. Almonte makes the grab. Cubs down to their final chance.
Yeah, I would say it's pretty tough assignment to step in behind Rivera.
Here is Baker.
Baker had a really nice night last night.
Swing and a miss as Castillo takes second without a throw. Baker last night, single, double, sac fly, runs scored. It is 0-2 on him. It. The Yankees come back with 2 in the 9th and win it with 2 in the 13th. Robertson with a couple of strikeouts to pick up the save. Well, a disappointing finish to this homestand as the Cubs' 3-game winning streak comes to an end.
And another outstanding start by a Cubs starting pitcher. That's been the trend recently, and for the most part the bullpen was good, but that Yankee bullpen very stout here this afternoon. And I go back to that leadoff triple and the inability to push that run home. It really comes back to bite the Cubs.
Every Yankee pitcher with at least one strikeout today. Our GMC professional grade player of the game is Jeff Samardzija.
And struggled a little bit last time out against Milwaukee, but no indication of that here today. Really sharp. A lot of ground ball outs, just 4 hits, all singles. Yankees really didn't put him under a whole lot of stress all afternoon long. Things were looking good, then he got away in the 9th.
So for JD and Kelly and our entire CSN crew, Len Casper wrapping up our game broadcast. We will see you tomorrow night from San Diego as the Cubs start a long road trip. 8:30 for pregame coverage. Still more to come Blue Cross Blue Shield Cubs post-game live is next.